Okay, we should be back, I think. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not sure how this stream is going to be saved now. I hope it's still saved as one. I don't think that will be the case. I don't know, my internet just died for no reason. Like, the weather here is good, so I don't know what's going on. Let's see, the signal seems to be medium quality actually. It's in orange, I'm not quite sure why. Now it's in green again, so hopefully it stays that way. Sorry about that. Again, in orange, green, it's not stable. Hopefully it does not go down once again. Let's see. Let's continue with the article. If it crashes once again, then I'm gonna stop. Maybe I'm gonna record a video instead. Who knows? Probably yes, because I don't really know what else should I do. Because I really don't want to just go back to bed. Maybe I'm gonna work out, who knows? US Ambassador to Hungary David Pressman lashed out at Orban recently, saying no other US ally has so overtly and tirelessly campaigned for the Republican candidate. This week, Orban praised Trump in an interview with Axel Springer, media outlet which owns Politico, as the man of peace, and he predicted there is a very, very high chance Biden will not win the US elections. We already read an article about former Obama strategist Axelrod, I believe it was his name, whom said Biden is also not winning this race, and many Democratic donors have been pushing for Biden to step down. I've had the privilege to see some of the polls for other potential candidates, and apparently it does not seem good for them as well. Gavin Newsom, I thought his preferences would be higher, however, he seems to be one of the worst performing candidates against Trump. You don't know. Well, I know why. I mean, he's pretty trash governor. However, I'm surprised other people in other states actually know about him being so trash. Even Kamala Harris allegedly is doing better than him against Trump, so something to think about. News of the meeting was first reported by Bloomberg. The sit-down with Trump is the latest in a series of meetings that the Hungarian leader embarked on immediately after Hungary took over the rotating Council of the European Union presidency in a self-proclaimed mission to bring peace to Ukraine. In his meeting with Putin, Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky and China's Xi Jinping, Orban has been trying to negotiate peace without consulting EU leaders, triggering a wave of condemnation. Hungary was again reprimanded on Wednesday during a meeting of EU ambassadors. And this is it. Okay, so it was a short article to begin with, so we don't have to feel that bad that the stream just suddenly, died. Indeed, Orban has been very active with his political friends. He's very friendly with Trump, and he is probably also very friendly with Putin, and probably wants to be very friendly with Xi Jinping as well. And because he is in NATO and EU, the leaders in both factions have to be quite delicate with Hungary, otherwise they would start vetoing stuff again. Although I heard the European Union has removed the privilege of veto, so even if one country actually vetoes something, it would not matter, and laws in questions or other decisions would be passed. I'm not a bigger fan of that. I feel like that is, well, I believe veto should be the part of the democracy, the diplomacy, and the politics. The democracy is not a utopian, it's not a utopian political system. It is a political system that is supposed to be very bumpy, very rough, and very annoying. So whilst Hungary is vetoing stuff, it does give an indication that the democracy works, I guess. Because they don't agree with something, even though morally it would be correct for you, Hungary, to just not veto the stuff they are vetoing, but hey. Next up, we got a Russia orders arrest of Navalny's widow Yulia Navalnaya. A court in Russia on Tuesday ordered the arrest of Yulia Navalnaya, the widow of the late opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who died earlier this year in a Russian prison. Navalnaya left Russia in 2021 and has lived in Germany since her husband's death. She would face an immediate arrest if she returned to Russia after being added to an international wanted list, the New York Times reported. Her husband died in northern Russia penal colony in February, and the circumstances surrounding his death have raised questions. Navalny was one of the most vocal opposition leaders against corruption in Russia and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Navalnaya has accused Putin and the Russian government of killing her husband. She promised to carry on his opposition work. The Basmany District Court's press office released a statement announcing the arrest order. It did not give a reason for the charges, but it is likely to be tied to her work since his death. Indeed, I remember she was vocal some time ago. Not immediately after her husband's death. She was obviously vocal when he died. However, she was vocal like some little while ago. Not quite sure what it was about. Navalny spokesperson Kira Yarmysh confirmed on the social media platform X that the court argues she had participation in an extremist community. I mean, I heard that Navalny used, I don't know, could be hoax, could be something truth in it. I don't know. I'll be not probably discussing it because it would be. However, I just heard that he was definitely for a certain Russia that would fit the image of a certain video game character. Whether that is true or not, I am too lazy to actually research it because I really don't care much about Navalny. In her own post on Twitter, Navalnaya addressed the arrest warrant and mocked the unusual steps in the warrant. When you write about this, please do not forget to write the main thing. Vladimir Putin is a murderer and a war criminal, she wrote. His place is in prison and not somewhere in The Hague, in a cozy cell with a TV, but in Russia, in the same corner and the same 2 by 3 meter cell in which he killed Alexei. Navalny was serving out his 19-year sentence in Russia's highest security prison near Arctic Circle at the time of his death. Russian Federal Prison Service said he was out on a walk and suddenly lost consciousness. An effort to resuscitate him were unsuccessful. His sudden death sparked concern of foul play among global leaders, including President Biden, who previously claimed Putin is responsible for Navalny's death. And this is the article, very short actually. Oh, obviously they wanted to kill him. However, they did not want to kill him outright. They wanted to make it look as natural as possible. So they basically threw him into a filthy prison in horrible conditions. So eventually he would catch some illnesses and his health would start slowly deteriorating. And eventually, yeah, he would die. That's the likely story. Will anything come out of this? Probably not. I mean, unless she moves into Russia, it is possible they might send assassins for her. Unlikely. Although it is possible she will fall out of a window. Possible, hopefully not probable. So yeah, I mean, that's about everything I can say to it. In Russian politics, there is really not anyone who has a good plans for the Russian people. I think every single politician in Russia has some sort of personal agenda to enrich himself on the Russian people, or maybe even worse. So that's probably it. So, I'm gonna take a sip of water, and you can take a look on the next article we're gonna be talking about. There we go. We talked about Georgia in, I believe, June. It's been a while since we actually heard about Georgia. So I'm gonna explain you the situation. Georgia passed some law to force foreign companies to declare if they are influenced by wealthy individuals or governments. If the foreign influence / wealthy foreign individuals share in their company was something about 25% higher, and the European Union and United States, most of the European Union just had a massive meltdown about it for some reason, calling it a massive misstep in their accession to the European Union. To this day, I still do not understand what are they caring about. I actually have no idea. I don't believe the party that passed it is pro-Russian. Or at least I never read or see any article that would indicate they are pro-Russian. So This feels like the EU does not want you to see what news company do they sponsor. That is what comes to me. EU holds Georgia's accession to the bloc, freezes financial aid over much criticized law. The BBC Georgia AP. Georgia accession to the European Union has been halted and some of the bloc's financial support to South Caucasus County has been frozen after the Georgian authorities adopted a new law that critics feared would curb democratic freedoms, the EU ambassador in Georgia said Tuesday. Hopefully we're gonna... Oh yeah, we can just click on this. Let's find... Oh, here we go. Approved by lawmakers last month, the measure requires media, non-governmental organizations and other non-profit groups to register as pursuing the interests of a foreign power if they receive more than 20% of their funding from abroad. No, I'm not going to donate to you. Thank you very much. Curb democratic freedoms. This. Curb democratic freedoms. How? As I said before, I did not read or see any article that would indicate the ruling party in Georgia is pro-Russian. So I have no idea why EU is caring so much about this. This seems like a complete bullshit to me. Like, I don't understand, like, how does, declaring that you are endorsed by foreign investors a curb to the democratic freedoms? I do not understand. According to Pavel Herchinsky, EU leaders made the decision to hold the process during the last summit of the European Council, and it came in the wake of Georgian authorities adopting the law on foreign influence despite weeks of protest. Sure, if I'm gonna see an evidence that they are actually curb stomping on those media or organization with foreign investors, then sure, I will change my opinion about this. However, for now, I see it as a massive what the fuck moment. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand how this could curb democracy. I'm gonna close this one, thank you. In addition, a total of 13 million euros in financial support earmarked for Georgia's defense ministry in 2024 has been frozen. Herchinsky said at the news conference, "This is only the first step. There will be other steps. Our direct support to the government of Georgia will be limited, and we will seek to redirect support from the government of Georgia to civil society and the media," he said. It is sad to see EU-Georgia relationship at such a low point when they could have been at an all-time high indeed. Oh, that is what he is saying. I thought Georgia was saying, but yeah, it is sad to see the relationship at an all-time low when this seems nonsensical, like nonsensical drama. Sure, if there comes an evidence that they are actually curb stomping the non-profitable organizations and organizations that are sponsored by the foreign investors, then sure. I will change my opinion. For now, it still seems like a complete bullshit. The law, which came into effect last month despite mass protests and a veto from the country's president, requires media, non-governmental organizations, and other non-profit groups to register as pursuing the interests of a foreign power if they receive more than 20% of their funding from abroad. Okay, so that's exactly what we read from the AP News article just moments ago. The opposition has denounced the bill as the Russian law because Moscow uses similar legislation to stigmatize independent news media organizations and individual critics of the Kremlin and call its passage a sign of neighboring Russia's hold over Georgia. Sorry, hiccup. Okay, yes, I'm gonna repeat myself. Simply because Russia uses a similar law, similar legislation, does not mean it is bad. It's sure Russia implements it bad. That they are, curb stomping a media from other countries. The media that are critical towards them, obviously. However, there is no evidence that Georgia would do the same. How would a country that the EU once proclaimed was on a good journey to become a European Union member would just start, curb stomping those medias? It does not make any sense. It does not make any sense. Like even read it. Like, erase that it is anyhow related to Moscow, and tell me with a straight face that this is a bad law. Tell me that with a straight face. Yeah, you cannot, because there is no Russia. There is no Russia in it. So suddenly, it makes quite sense. Yeah, it actually makes quite a little bit of sense for your organization and media to declare that they pursue foreign interests if their abroad funding is 20% or higher. Yeah, but since it's used in Russia, it is bad, and of course you have to be sanctioned. They did not get sanctioned, however, EU will not provide them any money, which they probably promised them. So in a way, it is a sanction, though it will not last. It's just minus 30 million euros. EU officials have repeatedly denounced the law as undemocratic and said it would hinder Georgia's path to EU membership. The bloc agreed to grant membership candidate status to Georgia in December on condition that it fight disinformation, including against the EU. I see. Bring its foreign and security policies into line with the blocs and introduce new justice reforms, among other measures. I see. So disinformation against EU. So I can only imagine that there are some media in Georgia that are very skeptical of EU, and EU is probably butthurt that those media will be allowed to operate. Yeah. And that their own media would have to declare their pursue foreign interests, which would not make them look very as trustworthy. Yeah, suddenly it makes sense. Membership talks did not get underway. To start talks with candidates, the 27 EU nations and that country must agree on negotiating mandate. EU experts must also conduct a screening procedure to analyze how much work needs to be done to bring Georgia's laws and standards into line with those of the bloc. I mean, Hungary is in your bloc, so I mean, And so many, European nations are very critical of Hungary. So, I mean, it cannot be that, harsh of conditions. At this summit on June 27th, EU leaders warned Georgia that its path towards membership would be blocked unless the foreign influence law was repealed. They called on Georgia's authorities to clarify their intentions by reversing the current course of the action, which jeopardizes Georgia's EU path, de facto leading to a halt of the accession process. Clowns. Clowns. In the days before the summit, the EU Foreign Policy Josep Borrell said Bloc was considering putting a halt to our financial assistance to the government in Tbilisi and downgrading political contacts. It was not clear how much money overall would be affected. In a separate development, the United States earlier this month indefinitely postponed military drills in Georgia, a move the US Department of Defense said, a move the US Department of Defense said came as a part of comprehensive review of the relations between Washington and Tbilisi. Of course, yes, one war and suddenly, they are basically Russian satellite state. Okay, let's just cut ties with them. Fucking hypocrites. This is hypocritical. Unironically, this makes me wanna vomit. No wonder so many people hate the Western world. Like, no wonder that so many people hate the Western world. That they are just a bunch of little hypocrites. Oh, you do not share our globalist agenda? Well, no money for you. You're basically a satellite state, so bye-bye. Clowns. Like, tell me, as I said before, remove Russia from the law. Remove anything. When you think about the law, remove Russia from it. Remove the name Russia from it. And tell me with a straight face that it is jeopardizing democracy. It is not. However, yeah, these governments would not be able to publish their own the propaganda in the country so easy. So that's why they are so angry that they cannot, that the media that they would insert into Georgia would have to declare that they actually run propaganda from foreign regimes. That is what is bothering them so much. What the tiny little losers. Georgia's President Salome Zurabishvili, who has long been at odds with the country's government, on Tuesday called the move by the EU and the US very difficult messages from two of our closest friends that are worth listening to. No, they are not. Fucking Karens. Although this is a response to the stupid and hostile policies of the ruling party towards them, at the same time it is warning to society. Our partners tell us that the choice is yours between Georgia with a secure European future and Georgia moving towards the Russian orbit, Zurabishvili said. Once again, it is the EU and the US that are pushing Georgia towards Russia. It is not the Georgia that is pushing itself towards Russia. No, it is EU and United States of America that are pushing this other country into the sphere of Russia. And I'm actually gonna Google it. Georgia Parliament of Georgia. The government. Georgian dream. People's power. Ideology. Russo. Oh, okay. Let's take a look. Okay, so the structure of the Georgian government is 150 seats. The current government has 83 seats with the Georgian dream and people's power. So let's see what is their ideology. Russophilia. Oh. Social market economy. I have no idea what that means. Social market economy, also called Rhine capitalism, Rhine Alpine capitalism, Rhinish model, and social capitalism, is socio-economic model combining free market capitalist economic model alongside social policies and enough regulation to establish both fair competition. Does this sound to you dictator-like? Does this sound to you autocratic? Not to me. Russophilia is the admiration of fondness of flesh. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, the philia, not phobia. Should have known it, but hey. Fuck, okay, I cannot make it a video because I made a fucking blunder. I could cut it out, but you would still see it in the what? Social conservatism is a political philosophy and variety of conservatism which places emphasis on traditional social structures over social process. Social conservatives organize in favor of duty, traditional values, blah blah blah. Okay, so they seem conservative. Okay, political positions, center to center left, fiscal, social right wing. Euroscepticism. Okay, I'm just gonna check something real quick. 500. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just gonna do something real quick. Oh, can we see visual? Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna. Where's the ideology? Okay, this is no longer here then. Foreign policy. Oh, sorry, I'm looking on the. Interesting. Despite positioning itself as a center-left party, Georgian Dream has governed amorphously and lacks a clear ideology like many. Interesting. So, Okay. Like many parties of power. Okay. Yeah, indeed. Like when you're in power, your promises suddenly go boom. Populism. Let's see if we find populism here. Interesting. So they say they are. So in this edit, in this Wikipedia edit, they say they have conservative values with green progressive values. Here, let's see if we can find it here. Popular oligarchy, let's see, Eurosceptic, anti-Western. Let's see if we can find anti-Western here. Interesting, that is very interesting. So, here in the newest edition, they are described as authoritarian, illiberal, later. Yes, later. Since the law, they have been described as conservative, populist, illiberal, authoritarian, Eurosceptic, and anti-Western. Up until that law, they were described as conservative with progressive green values. That's quite a bit of a radical change, don't you think? Let's see about that social. Okay, let's see. Here they impose okay ideology, foreign policy. Russia. The Georgian League supports the normalization of relations with the Russian Federation. See, where is it? Regarding the Russo-Ukrainian war, the party supported imposing sanctions on Russian annexed Crimea and Sevastopol in 2014. Interesting, very interesting. Very interesting. They did not join imposing wide-ranging sanctions on Russia to avoid possible confrontations. Indeed, that is very logical. So you say, okay, they did, but they did not sanction them then. Yes, because they are not in NATO or any EU. They are not in NATO or EU. They were afraid that the Russians would simply walk into their country as well. Amid the 2022 escalation of Russo-Ukrainian war, the party supported imposing sanctions on Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic. Interesting. However, the party ruled out imposing any economic sanctions against Russia and providing military aid to Ukraine, citing potential harm to Georgian economy. Logical, they are not part of the EU. they do not have access to the EU, funds, or they are not part of NATO. Again, that is absolutely completely normal thing to do and logical. You don't have security guarantees. You are not guaranteed by the NATO or a member of NATO. You're not in the EU. Obviously, this is completely normal. All right. Oh, that is very spicy. Interesting. That is very interesting. So, the Western countries did not impose any sanctions on Russia following the 2008 war. Like they are not feeling much obligated because the West has already betrayed them once. That's very interesting. Bow to support Ukraine at the diplomatic arena, voting in favor of pro-Ukrainian resolutions. So interesting, don't you think? Oh, okay. And here they are running an agenda. Georgian Dream pro-Russian in 2012. Okay. Yeah, 2012. Oh, yeah. Suddenly the tone shifted. Very interesting. Hmm. Interesting. So they are not mentioning any of the. Let's see, where was it? The parties supported imposing sanctions. They are not mentioning it here at all. How interesting. Oh, they became strained. But here they're saying they've been voting for pro-Ukrainian resolution. That is so interesting, don't you think? I'm gonna have to give me a moment. I have to plug the notebook. Hmm. Hmm. So let's continue. Interesting. So the Ukrainian government suddenly caught on sanctions against Ivanishvili. Let's see if we can find it here. They support European integration. How interesting. Pragmatic approach to Russia. Remember, this is from 2024, alright? This is not from 2021, 2020, 2022. No, this is from 2024, before the law, that big bad law came into place. Here, there's no mention of anything like Ukraine going for sanctions against Ivanishvili. Okay, this is correct. Once again, this is completely logical. Yes, again. However, it is not as spread out as it was in the previous article. They talked about it a little bit more, I believe. Wow, at least they still have this here though. Or do they push it really conveniently very, very down below? They do not mention it here at all. Because, hey, they have to run the agenda. So they have put it beautifully here, all the way down here. Very beautiful. So you basically, it is for Zoomers, because Zoomers' attention span is extremely short. So they will probably read this, maximum like here, and they will already have an opinion about Georgia. And they will not reach here that the Georgia actually imposed sanctions on Russia annexed Crimea, as well as, let me find it, where is 2014? Crimea and Sevastopol, alright, and Sevastopol is in Crimea, so they probably cut this out, but it doesn't make big of any role. Again, this is completely logical, for fuck's sake. I love the Westerners being so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, why do you not impose sanctions? I don't know, maybe because they would fucking invade us or to nukes at us. Maybe that's why. Georgia is not guaranteed by America. Their independence is not guaranteed by America or any other major nation. They are not part of NATO, nor they are part of EU. They do not have anyone who would protect them if Russia invaded. Oh no, they would only have fucking Twitter and their solidarity, which would be completely fucking useless, because people in Georgia would be dying because they fucking dare to impose sanctions on great Vladimir Putin. Fucking idiots. Mm-hmm. International affiliation. So let's read this. Is there anything like international affiliation? No. Again, this is from the 30th of April 2024. So nothing like this is here. Oh, Georgia was preparing to formally apply for EU membership. Oh, this sounds so much pro-Russian, don't you think? They were, trying to do an inside job from EU. Fucking lunatics. Let's see. I'm gonna try to find the ties verse 7. Ties verse 7. Let's see. Nothing like ties verse 7. Very interesting. Ties. The party opposed restoring the diplomatic and political ties with Russia until the disputes with Russia over Abkhazia and South Ossetia were solved. I'm not sure when this happened, so. Okay, this is the first ties. Let's see, any other ties? Does not seem so. Only parties, these, not ties. Wow, very interesting, don't you think? Very interesting how the how the agenda suddenly changed, and this, this good with the country that was trying to become an EU member suddenly is turned into a complete Russian satellite state because of one single law. As I said before, if you would remove any mention of that similar law exists in Russia, most of you would say that this is a good law. But no, because it is in Russia, something similar is in Russia. It is most definitely a Russian law. It was created by Vladimir Putin, and it will trample on the democratic values of Georgia. Fucking clowns. So yeah, you can see the hypocrisy of Wikipedia on live, and I'm gonna make this a video. Because this is fucking disgusting. This is disgusting. Let's see, what is this? Sovereignism, soft Euroscepticism, okay. View history, right wing, I'm gonna say political positions, maybe that, let's see. What was the for April 30th, so let's go here. Also, actually, they changed this, so... So they had the Russophilia, okay. What if I click on... Technocratic populism, conservatism. Oh yeah, by the way, I did not show this, but they were technocratic populism, conservatism, multivectorism, no idea what that is. No Russophilia here. However, Russophilia is apparently in this party. The People's Power. Okay, let's go a little bit back to, let's say... Yeah. People's Power. Sovereignism. Interesting. Sovereignism, Big Tent. United States, okay. So on February 2024, nobody even know what this party was, and suddenly there is much more about this party now, is it? Soft Euroscepticism. So, okay, so this party went from... Fuck. Where is it? There you go. February. To the 30th of April. This party went from sovereignism, Big Tent, to a anti-Americanism, Russophilia, hard Euroscepticism, social conservatism, populism, syncretic, to sovereignism and soft Euroscepticism. So they went from hard Euroscepticism to soft Euroscepticism in from April to June. So in 3 months, not in 2.5 months, they went from hard Euroscepticism to soft Euroscepticism. Does this seem, syncretic? Does this seem, reasonable to you guys? Does this seem reasonable? Did they read description? Oh, no. still the same. Hmm. Oh, so they suddenly remove this? Oh, very interesting. So apparently, when they were declared as Russophilic, they introduced a bill that was largely one-to-one copy of the Russian foreign agent law, which sparked massive protests across the country after Georgian Dream voiced support for it until the bill was withdrawn. Now there is no mention of it here. Very interesting. So interesting, don't you think? Hello, hello, hello. I'm looking at the Wikipedia edits. They are quite funny. Quite funny that you can go from being anti-American, Russophilic, hard Eurosceptic, social conservatist, populist to a soft Eurosceptic and sovereignist in like 3 months. Wikipedia is truly a magical place. So the Russophilic was here, and here they are suddenly soft Eurosceptic. I'm doing very good actually. I spent way too much on this article than I should have, but hey, the Wikipedia side quest was kind of funny. But we're gonna finish the article now. We spent way too long on this. Oh wait, we actually finished it. Never mind, that's good. I'm just gonna put the next article up. Oh, it's kind of fine. However, it's pretty hot here. Finally have some hot days here as well. Although the weather is still kind of meh, still quite cloudy, and you don't know when it's going to rain. It's kind of it kind of ruins my plans for, some movement. I want to do some like 3-hour or 4-hour walks, but I cannot do any of these. No, I'm not from Georgia. Unfortunately not. I heard Georgia has a lot of alcohol from Joseph Stalin actually. I once met a girl from Georgia. So she told me and some of my friends that Georgia has a massive reserves of alcohol from Papa Stalin. 47 degrees, so you must be from Mediterranean countries. I would assume. Yep, Joseph Stalin is from Georgia. He was born in Georgia. Something quite a bit of people don't know actually. That he was born in Georgia. Then again, I also found some people on the internet who do not know that Adolf was born in Austria, so there you go. I would assume you will be from Greece, maybe, or some other Mediterranean country, since I read that the temperatures in the Mediterranean countries are above 40 degrees Celsius, close to 50 degrees, and somewhere the government's actually issued a warning to not visit certain locations because it's too hot. In the border between. Oh, I see. Adolf wasn't born in Austria and not even in Germany. In the border between. Oh, I see. Something I don't know. Look, I'm actually gonna Google it. I'm gonna do this. There you go. Adolf Hitler. Let's see. Oh, he was born Bernau am Inn, Austria. Okay, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna change the scene right now. I'm from Iraq. Oh, nice. That's actually very nice. I know Iraq is a little bit has its own issues nowadays. Mainly because I heard you have a quite a bit division between the Sunni and Shia school, obviously, so it can get quite tense. However, I do like Iraq. It has a lot of history from the Mesopotamian empires, Babylon Empire, and even afterwards. How do you know? I like history. Also, I play Europa Universalis 4, which is a strategy game from Paradox Interactive, so I know that, well, it's a historical game from 14th century, so it's a bit outdated, but I know that there is a split in Iraq between Shia and Sunni schools. I like history and politics. That is good. That is very good. I like when people are interested in history. So let's see. Can we get a map? See. Bernau am Inn. Let's see. Oh, you're correct. It is on the border of Germany and Austria. It's really close. Like 1 kilometer or maybe 2. People now are interested in Pokemon. Is Pokemon Go having a resurgence? I actually saw a video when somebody was talking about Pokemon Go, so I remember that Pokemon Go used to be big in 2016-17. I actually wanted to try it a bit. However, back in the day, I did not have access to the data, so I could not just go outside and catch Pokemons unless you could play it offline, which I assumed you couldn't. Now there's a game called Pokemon Unite. Oh, I think I heard about that. I think I heard about that. YouTube. There we go. Pokemon Unite. I'm just gonna see trailer. I read a lot of books about politics and history. That is very good, actually. That is very good. Because a lot of people that nowadays talk about politics are not really educated about history. And they make a lot of proclamations which simply go against the wisdom we can get from the history. Let's see. Here's a their song. Can watch it. I'm gonna mute the background music. So let's see. Shit. Oh yes. Oh, now I remember. I actually saw it. I actually saw a gameplay of it too. From one creator I used to watch back in the day, who used to play a mobile game called Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So I actually saw it before. I completely forgot that this game was actually existed. By the way, speaking of the history and politics, do you watch any historical channel? Like any channel that focuses on history or like maybe covers the war in Ukraine and such? Something like History Legends 2? But yeah, this is actually awesome. I wanted to try this game for a long while, but I completely forgot that it existed. It seemed really cool. No randomly. Yeah, something like I sometimes I just read more than watch. That's actually good. That's probably better in my opinion, because reading is better because you also train your reading abilities, and if you read louder, you're gonna probably also enhance your cognitive abilities as well. So it has much better benefits than to just watch other people's videos. Do you watch any other anime or are interested in any other anime? Something like Dragon Ball? Or some other mainstream animes? Maybe even some bit underground stuff? Oh, okay. Well, since you're also from Iraq, I will have one more question. Although I'm not sure if I can find it. I'm not interested in anime. I like movies more. Oh, I see. Do you watch any interesting TV series at the moment? I am watching Star Trek The Next Generation. I'm on season 3 now. I'm rewatching it after years. And I'm also watching The Band of Brothers. That's a historical TV series, if you saw it. As well as I'm watching the kinky TV series The Boys. You may heard about it or saw some memes about it on the internet. So the one thing I wanted to ask you, if you are any knowledgeable about religion and the schools of Islam, I wanted to ask about Bektashi. Bektashism is an Islamic Sufi mystic order. So if you knew anything about it, or you could say something about it, because I first heard about it when I saw the new research into religion in Albania. Because Sons of Anarchy. Oh yes, I want to watch this as well. I watched first series, and I think I watched like 3 or 4 episodes of the second series. I liked it, however, I also had some things to do, so I forgot to keep watching it afterwards. So I heard about this religion first time when I read about the new statistics of the religion in Albania. So if you by any chance know anything about this, they say it is some sort of pacifist movement or a pacifist school. See, after the foundation of the Turkish Republic, Kemal Atatürk banned religious institutions that weren't part of the Directorate of Religious Affairs, and the community headquarters relocated to Albania. I see. In Arabic, or let's see. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Arabic Bektashi. Baktashi. Because the name in English is where. Yeah, I understand that. I know it probably it is a bit difficult for you to understand the words in English because it is a different alphabet. What the fuck is the same? Okay. Well, then let's do this. I'm gonna do this then. Ah, come on. Okay, I cannot cover. This is a. So I only heard about it that it is supposed to be some sort of pacifistic wing of Islam. However, I never heard about it myself, so. Do you have Discord or something? Well, the thing is, I have Discord. However, I do not have any like personal Discord server. I only have one Discord server on anime series. Moderating a subreddit. I started that subreddit like in 2020, and I moderated like once per month. So I mean, if you want, you could just join here and ask about it. Just found the subreddit on Reddit and then join this Discord there. I'm not religious, but I have been studied religious for 4 years. Interesting. Well, it doesn't really matter because I can also do the research myself, but this different actually piqued my attention. So I also know about some, you could say, ancient religions of the Arabic Peninsula or the like Iraqi state, the Turkic state, and like so. I wanted to ask you if you know anything about the Nestorian Christianity, which I'm gonna actually write it to you. Because I know this was an ancient form of Christianity. So I wanted to ask if you know anything about them. I know they went extinct around like 8th century or 10th century. Sometimes during the Abbasid Caliphate rule, I believe. I didn't find you. I see. Well, that's unfortunate. It's supposed to be on Reddit, and if you just type that, if you just type, I believe it was something like this, or this, you should find it. However, it doesn't really matter. Like, I'll probably just Google it myself, but I'll do it afterwards because I don't want to open up my Discord right now. I have it on my phone and I don't want to sign up to the Discord right now, so apologies about that. But I'll try to keep that in mind. So anyways, so what exactly have you been studying about the religion? So have you been studying like the schools of Islam? I know there are a lot of schools of Islam, or there used to be in the past. Or have you been also studying some foreign religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Zoroastrianism, and Orthodox Christianity? Is the difference and the original matter between Shia and Sunni? Yes, I know that the Shia and Sunni has split as they have a different interpretation of the purpose of the Prophet Muhammad's words, I believe. Something similar as what happened with the Catholic and Protestant Christians in the 15th to 16th century, which eventually led to the 30 Years' War. And some Islam groups. Yoshia. Interesting. I mean, I've usually been grouping the Islam groups into the Sunni, Shia, and then I also grouped into Ibadi group, although I know the Ibadi group is not really numerous much. I know they have quite a bit of population in Oman, however, they are not as populous, not as near populous as Sunni and Shia. So there are any differences between Shia and Sunni in your everyday life, maybe? Or there are any differences in like practices? This is definitely something I was. Hmm. Well, maybe you get to know them as well in the future here. If you are studying the religion, then I hope you're gonna also learn about some of the other religion as well here. I don't know that much, but the origin of the. Eh. Is there any specific region you are very interested regarding history, or is there any region you would like to learn more about its history? Personally, I would like to learn more about the recolonization in North and South America, about the nations like Maya, Aztec Empire, the Inca Empire, and what it was preceded by. That could be definitely an interesting journey because I know that they also have the architecture spread in Mexico, Peru, World War I, World War II. Yeah, that's a very good starting point from learning history. But it is a small group. Yep, yeah, I know. It is a very small group. Some of Iraq's history. Do you have any favorite part of history from Iraq? I'm gonna take a sip of water. The new history like 1921 till today. Okay. I hope you're also gonna look into some more older history as well, because there's a lot of interesting stuff to be learned about. Personally, I definitely like what the ancient history, the before Christ was born in the Christian, in the Christian religion type of thing, as well as some afterwards, the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was with the Parthian kingdom, the Sassanid Empire, then the split, and then the Eastern Roman Empire, and its wars against the Sassanid Empire, and its eventual meeting with the Umayyads. I know about ancient history because I'm not really interested, I see, but I know a lot about ancient Greek history. Yes, I think a good portion of people in your location or in Turkey and submerged probably knows about the ancient Greece, because if I remember correctly, ancient Greece used to colonize a western parts of Palestine as well as Tunisia and Spain and set up their trading towns there. The Phoenicians and Carthage and nations like that. So there's definitely a part of still Greek culture in those parts of the world. Although a lot of Greeks were eventually swapped with the Turks in the 1920s. I don't think Greek colonized us. Not literally colonized. What I meant by they set up trading towns back in ancient times there, when there wasn't any colonization. There weren't any there wasn't much population there, so they set up a trading towns and they traded with locals and stuff. So that's probably a better word for it instead of colonization. Actually, only one country did that, which is UK. Oh, yes, I know about it. I know UK also used to hold some sort of, what was it? I believe they controlled your oil production in some time before World War II and during World War II, and we kicked them out in 7 months. Oh. Good for you, though. Good for you. When did that happen? I did that happen. Oh, that happened probably during World War One, maybe, or later. Because I know United Kingdom did an incursion into Ottoman Empire throughout Iraq, if I remember correctly, during World War One. However, I remember that their forces got eventually encircled and destroyed, if I remember correctly. (1920). Okay, so it was during the turbulent era of the when the Ottoman Empire began to implode, and when the Turks were fighting for their life against the massive coalition of nations. Have you been paying any attention to the politics in Europe, maybe in the current events that were happening, the European Parliament elections or French elections or anything like that, or you do not want to go into politics for obvious reasons? But the was in Iraq after we kicked them by the name the Royal Iraqi family. I see. Yes, because I think that's again, this knowledge goes from a game from Paradox Interactive Hearts of Iron 4, where British seem to have some sort of control on the Iraqi oil production, although I don't know about it. The Royal Iraqi family, sure. Iraqi family. List of kings of Iraq. Longest reigning Faisal II. Yeah. Abdullah. Reign start, reign end. So I think this is probably here. Oh, yes, it was him. He was the Emir of Transjordan, a British protectorate. Oh no, that's King of Independent Jordan, so this is somebody different, I see. Or maybe not. Oh, I see. He was designated by the Cairo Conference, never took throne. Son of Hussein bin Ali. Previously king of Syria. Oh, and they are the kings of Iraq till 1958. Family Hashemite. Yes, kings of Iraq. He played major role in the revolt against the Ottoman Empire. In 1920, proclaimed Faisal king, rejecting the French claim to a mandate for Syria. In response, France invaded a few months later, abolished the kingdom, and forced him into exile. In 1921, British arranged for Faisal to become king of a new kingdom of Iraq under British administration. I see. We don't know this guy. Oh. Faisal fostered unity between Sunni and Shia Muslims to encourage common loyalty, promote pan-Arabism in the goal of creating an Arab state that would include Iraq, Syria, and rest of the Fertile Crescent. I see. Yeah, I read about a lot of rulers in Arabia that wanted to create this super state of United Arabs. However, nobody really got into it. There were attempts. However, it always broke down when the question who is going to be in charge eventually came up. They were never able to decide who would be in charge. So it never moved. We don't know this guy, that's why, but okay. See the last king. Okay. Faisal II. When he was killed during the July 14 revolution. Oh yeah, this is during the World War II. Yes, I also remember that Iraq was in a brief war against the United Kingdom in World War II. So there was a pro-Axis coup d'etat, and they... Oh, the British responded by initiating an invasion. That would make sense why that war did not go so well for the... Iraqi. Mhm. His first cousin. Iraq resumed its British status at the end of the war, joined the United Nations. I see. I mean, yeah, that's definitely something to be kind of proud of. I mean, you were invaded by the British. Although I do find it kind of impressive that the British found manpower to actually invade Iraq, considering they were having a Italian invasion close to the El Alamein. I'm gonna actually see what. Golden Square. Abdel Karim Qassam. This is the guy who killed them. Okay, I'm gonna. Abdel. Wait, I'm gonna do this actually the easier way. Abd al Karim Qasim Abdul Salam Arif was a coup d'etat that took place. The Kingdom of Iraq. And widespread disapproval of the Western influence. Here, there's a good portion of the revolutions were due to the disapproval of the Western influence, just like the Iranian or the Persian Revolution in the 70s. They also did not really like the Western influence in their country. We love him. He was good. The monarch. Yeah, I see. 3 officers, Arab Federation, 15 troops. 3 US citizens killed, number of Jordanian. Oh, I see. So, yeah, they aligned it themselves with Soviet Union, which I guess kind of makes sense. But they were anti-Western. Yeah, this is quite also interesting. I could definitely Crescent. Yeah, I could definitely do some research about this period as well. So I have to thank you for this suggestion. Arab Cold War. Decline of Pan-Arabism and Nasserism. Failed attempts of an Arab Union. Yes, something I was talking about. That there were attempts to create a super Arab Union. However, it never transformed. You are big. Yep. Yeah, you are welcome. Successful attempts of an Arab Union, unity of 7 Arab Emirates to form UAE. I see. Oh, so UAE is a formation of 7 Arab Emirates. I did not know that. Interesting. Yemeni unification. Well, that did not last it too long now, did it? Yeah, this supported bisection is sometimes very funny when you have nations like People's Republic of China supporting the one side until 1966 and then the other sides from 1972. Or when you had Sweden supporting Vietnam with humanitarian aid in the Vietnam War. From 1972, so that was after Nixon was there on a visit. So that was already when the relationship with Soviet Union was in quite poor condition and they already had some skirmishes, I believe, near their borders. Democratic Republic of Afghanistan. Oh yeah, yes, Soviet Soviet Vietnam. So probably one last questions before I'm gonna go for my articles. Is there any other country in the Arab Peninsula that interests you to learn about its history? What nations like Persia, maybe Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Turkey, or maybe something from the Stan countries regions where Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, many of the hordes that migrated over and settled themselves in Turkey, like the Seljuk Turks and no, actually. Well, maybe you will. I'm gonna click on this very quickly. Federation of 9 Emirates soon. Oh yes, also there was Bahrain and Qatar, which they did not join. They are no longer in the UAE, so if they were in the first place. But, so, only Iraq. Most of the Arab countries are boring. Only Iraq. Fair point. Alright, so I'm gonna have to thank you for your time. I definitely enjoyed talking a bit. Now I'm gonna go back to my articles. I have to read them, and so I have some content to actually upload. It was a good talk. I'm good. If you want to stay, you can stay. However, this is going to be pretty boring. I'm not gonna even like why this is definitely going to be boring compared to talking about history. Just your average 21st century boring politics. French. There we go. So, next up, we got suspicions of illegal financing. Marine Le Pen's 2022 presidential campaign targeted by an investigation. A judicial investigation has been opened, in particular for misappropriation of property by persons exercising a public function and use of forgery, announced the Paris prosecutor's office. I will still stay. I have nothing to do. I see. I'm gonna turn on the background music. 44 should be enough. So we have something to listen to, some non-copyrighted music on the background. This would be definitely huge if proven truth. Some of you might know Marine Le Pen's party Rassemblement National has been growing in strength in the recent months and years. The French elections happened the last week, and Rassemblement National, even though they failed to earn enough mandates, they actually ended third on mandates. Their popular vote was 37.1% actually. That was about 4% higher than the polls predicted them. That was for the second round. By the way, the Shia origin history is interesting. Oh yeah, I do definitely want to research the both Shia and Sunni origin history as well when I have time and will to study this very long and this very just large pool of history, as well as I'm gonna probably study a little bit about the Ibadicus. I want to. You should look it up one day. Yes, I definitely want to. It is on my to-do list in the future. Hopefully maybe I'll buy some books about it as well. A preliminary investigation entrusted to the Financial Brigade has been opened regarding suspicions of illegal financing of Marine Le Pen's 2022 presidential campaign. The Paris Prosecutor Office told Le Parisien on Tuesday, confirming the information from BFM TV. Following the preliminary investigations on judicial inquiry was opened on July 2nd into charges of loan from legal entity to a candidate during an election campaign, acceptance by a candidate during an election campaign of a loan from a legal entity, misappropriation of property by persons exercising a public function, fraud committed to the detriment of a public person, forgery and use of forgery, he explains. Read this book, Nash al-Balaga. Nash al-Balaga. Okay. Nash al. I'm actually gonna ask you one more question because I have one Arabic friend. However, when I asked him, he said he actually does not listen to any Arabic music. So I'm gonna ask you the same question. If you listen to any Arabic musicians or Persian musicians, Turkic musicians, etc. Or if you do not listen to music much. The procedure follows a report received in 2023 from the National Commission for Campaign Accounts and Political Financing, CNCCFP, responsible for monitoring the regularity of candidates' expenses which are kept and part of which is reimbursed by the state. The investigations entrusted to the Financial Brigade of the Paris Judicial Police are now continuing under the direction of an investigation magistrate added the public prosecutor. No details were given on the nation of suspicions. Already convicted for overcharging campaign kits. This is a book about Ritter Rogers' scientific and philosophical book. Interesting. Okay. Balak. Is best known collection of sermons, letters, and sayings attributed to Ali ibn Abi Talib, 661, the fourth Rashidun Caliph. the first Imam and the cousin of and son-in-law of the Islamic prophet Muhammad. I see. The compilation of the book is often credited to Sharif al-Radi, a prominent Shia scholar. Known for its more aphorism and eloquent content, Nash al-Balagha is widely studied in the Islamic world and has considerably influenced the Arabic literature and rhetoric. I see. Hmm. 70% English, 30% Arabic. Yeah, I do also listen more to the English songs than to the songs of my own native language. Personally, because English has just much more songs than my own native language, and most of the modern songs from my language are pretty. I don't want to say boring, but they simply do not really like me much or at all. I prefer some English music, although I do not really listen to any modern English music that much. There are some exceptions, as always. However, I do definitely like a music from the first half of the 2010s and 2000s, 90s, and probably even 80s as well. I do like synth soundtracks a lot because I do like the game Hotline Miami and Hotline Miami The Wrong Line that has a lot of synth soundtracks. I listen to the old school. Yeah, the old school is definitely. I mean, I don't want to say better, but I simply like listen to the old school music more than to the newer music. In mid-December 2022, the CNCCFP rejected the expensive for flocking and deflocking 12 coaches rented as part of the campaign of the leader of the national rally for an amount of 316,000 euros, 182, considered that the use of this type of display constituted as irregular expense. The RN candidate beaten in the second round by Emmanuel Macron has filed an appeal with the Constitutional Council before giving up. Marine Le Pen had invested nearly 11.5 million euros in her 2022 presidential campaign. Her third. Oh, that was her third attempt. I remember she attempted in 2017. She lost horribly against Macron. 2022 wasn't much better, but she got 8% more of votes, mainly because COVID and the economy was already looking a bit shaky, same as today. I hate Emmanuel Macron. Yeah, for me, he really seems spineless to me. Also, I really disliked his European Parliament speeches, his very aggressive rhetoric against the Russians. He was very aggressive against the Russians all of a sudden, even though before he was very, I don't want to say pro-peace, but he was much more milder. It was really visible that he was just saying these things because of politics. There is something weird about him. I find it about a lot of politics actually. Just I don't really trust them at all. And I hate his government and the way how he read French. Yeah, I also disliked him raising the retirement age. I understand that the old generation is going to be larger in the upcoming decades. There will be much more older people. However, I don't think this is the way. Besides, there are still people who can retire but they still work. I don't think you should be forcing people, especially people who've been working really hard jobs their entire life, to go into retirement later. I really don't like that idea at all. And also, he made his primary school teacher. I did not know that. I didn't know that. Okay, that is really weird. That is actually very weird to think to do. To marry a primary school teacher, that is very bizarre thing to do. Like, the age difference must be really big. Let's see. 46 years old, wife, 71 years old, 25 years old difference. Dear God. Search for is about 71 years old. What is this news? No, French President Emmanuel Macron's wife is not trans. That's a very interesting first article to see. They're 71 years old. I mean, I understand that there are people who find love with older people. However, finding love with your primary teacher is really strange. And yeah, there's something. I don't know. There's also something. I don't really like his politics. For me, he is pretty spineless, and he seems like a snake. Also, he seems like a classic politician, a snake that changes his skin whenever it fits him. I know a lot about politics, and I focus about details. That is good. That is a very good thing to do. You actually called me when I was looking on the Georgian politics, and I was looking on the Wikipedia page that. So the Georgia introduced a law that would force companies, organizations that had like 20% plus of its investments from foreign companies to declare it as that they are sponsored by these foreign companies or they do work by foreign interests, and people were going at them. The European Union was going at them as being pro-Russian all of a sudden because Russia has similar law. Yes, indeed, Russia has similar law. However, I don't believe that Georgia would use this law the same as Russia do. By the way, I thought Georgia was taken over by Russia. Well, well, some European nations definitely make it seem like Georgia just suddenly became a satellite state of Russia, which is simply silly, because that party that is ruling Georgia now has been trying to become a candidate for a mandate in European Union. Suddenly they introduced this one law which, in my honest opinion, seems really good. I think it's very important that the organization should declare who is sponsoring them. They should be transparent about who is, sponsoring them and potentially influencing their opinion. I didn't know it's still counted until now. Georgia. I'm not quite sure now if the Georgia is the Orthodox country or if they are or used to be Coptic Christian. I'm not quite sure because I know either Georgia or Armenia was Coptic Christian in past. I'm not sure if they still are today. However, that was one interesting detail because I know Ethiopia also used to be or still are Coptic Christian. So that's how I knew about it. Once again, film that game Europa Universalis 4. Armenia is a Muslim country now. Really? I didn't know that actually. Well, I know there were some conflicts with Azerbaijan over Nagorno. Was it Nagorno-Karabakh or maybe that's a Georgian, not quite sure. Nagorno-Karabakh. Territory in Asia is a region in Azerbaijan. Yes, so it was this. Yes. I'm actually gonna Georgia religion. This is Georgian Orthodox Church. Okay, so they are Orthodox. Are Christians are members of Armenian Apostolic Church, which is one of the oldest Christian churches. I see. Yeah, so it was Armenia. This? Sorry. I see. It was Azerbaijan. Yes, so it was Azerbaijan. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the former Karakoyunu. Or the Karakoyunu, was Karakoyunu black sheep or white sheep? I always mix it up with Akkoyunu. One were white sheep and other were black sheep. I thought it was Armenia. Oh, I see. In any case, to close that out, I do not trust many of the politicians because I see that even in my own country, I saw the politicians really change their skin. They change their agendas just to get votes. However, when you elect them, they often betray those things they promise to you. I do not really like that. That's also one of the reasons why I probably won't be voting in the next elections. I was voting for in the European Parliament elections because European Union is having more and more impact on our lives in EU. Especially with things like Fit for 55, with their climate agendas, they are definitely forcing it onto the countries. So obviously I had to vote because there are things I do not like at all. Especially banning the production of the cars on fossil fuels or producing fossil fuels with some really mixed fossil fuels. I'm not quite sure. Do you know there's a country exists by the name Fiji? Yes, I actually know that. Fiji, Tonga, Nauru, Pitcairn Islands. I know about them because of their quite unique flag. I saw sometimes in Mobile Legends. Pitcairn. Yes, Pitcairn Islands and their unique flag. I sometimes see it when I play Mobile Legends some people have. I don't know a lot about EU. Yep, that is case with most of the people in the EU. Actually, they do not really know what this organization really is. I don't like the way EU is growing its influence. I remember EU was formed to be a economic alliance because back in the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States, the Europe was worried they would be just squashed between the fight of these two juggernauts, so they formed a own economic bloc to help each other with renovation after the World War II. However, the organization European Union has grown to be much more than that in the last decades. Especially, I do not really like the European Central Bank. I think they are very harmful towards the European people. They have certain agendas I do not like, especially about currencies like crypto. They do not really like crypto. Which I would understand that people do not really like crypto because it is a digital currency. In Iraq, we call Europe the elderly continent. That's actually quite interesting considering the Iraq, the Mesopotamia is still practically older than Europe in terms of a civilization. The European civilization really began after the collapse of the Bronze Age, when the sea people came and destroyed a lot of Greek towns, as well as the ancient empire that was in Turkey. I forgot their name, that's embarrassing. Until they were stopped by the Egyptian emperor, not emperor, pharaoh, Ramses II, I believe. We call it like that because there's a lot of old people in the Europe. Oh, I see. It's actually quite smart. Like the born baby are not a lot. Yes, that is true. The Europe does have a very low births. Not as low as South Korea, if you know. South Korea has about South Korea production rate is about 1 or 0.9. It's very low. And it's going to cause big problems for Korea in the future, same as Japan. But Europe is also not doing very good in reproduction. And then you have the reason why there is a lot of why also Europe kind of needs the migration, in my opinion, because Europe economy is built to grow. It is built to keep rising. However, if your population stops rising, I don't like Japan, Korea. Oh, how come? Iraq is the oldest civilization in the world. I mean, I think India has older, like recorded like 3,000 years ago near the Valley of Hindus. However, Mesopotamia, India, and China are the oldest civilization. I mean, that's for sure. Although I'm not sure like who is the oldest, so like I will probably not be googling it just now. As I was saying, well, Iraq is okay. First, okay, civilization Iraq. Okay. Oh, interesting. Ancient land of Sumer, which came into being between 6000 and 5000 BC during the Neolithic Ubaid period of Mesopotamian history. Wow. Okay, you were correct. Okay, I stand corrected. I have to give it to you. I stand corrected. The Iraq is indeed the oldest civilization. Okay, how about India? India is then Harappan civilization. Okay, India is much younger than, and China is going to be also probably 16th century BCE. Okay, so they are definitely history of China. Indeed, I stand corrected, so I got it mixed up. Anyway, to finish my point before I forget about it, so yeah, Europe definitely needs migrants because its economy is oriented on growth. The European economy would collapse if if their population would start shrinking, and we pretty much can see that the current European economy is kinda in stagnation. I remember last year or maybe this year, the Germany also said that their economy is in recession. Some big German banks said the economy is in recession. Europe area is going to die. Well, it definitely feels like it. I mean, especially if they want to close the door. I mean, I don't think they're gonna close the door because they will realize very quickly they don't need that workforce. They don't need those people to help them because they simply do not reproduce themselves at all. The new era is in Asia. Yep, that is very probable. That is very likely. India is growing a lot in its GDP. China is also relatively strong. However, it has a relatively stagnant period for a while since the COVID. Also, Russia could be also a big player in the future, depends. Because Russia has Siberia, and there's a lot of natural resources in Siberia, which are frozen under under the ice in Siberia. So if that ice ever melts, then Russia will have a lot of natural resources to trade. Your messages has been banned. I did not ban them. Wait a moment. I'm gonna fix that. Hopefully I do pay. Try typing something in chat. Can you type something in chat real quick? Or I can do. Oh, I can do actually this. Uh, oh, okay, that is only for 60 seconds. Oh, I think I know why. That's because of my auto moderator is set to probably. Yeah, to probably just time out people who type way too much in short amount of time. I think I said it too harshly. That's on me. Apologies. What is this? Manage no. I don't like Korean or Japanese people culture. Is there something particular you don't like about them? Okay, Twitch, VIP. Wait. I'm gonna fix that. That they are too shy. Oh, I see. That's about it. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, I see. So Twitch is even removing your I don't like the Korean. That is very... I'm not even gonna comment. That is very stupid. Come on, that's a simple opinion. I did something. I typed something in chat you cannot see. No, it did not work. And they are also too silent, like don't talk. I see. I never actually spoke to any Japanese or Korean, so I cannot really... I'm talking about emails. Oh, I see. Well, about Korea, I know that they have a problem with the reproduction rates. I know their government, their president is highly unpopular. And about Japan, I know they have problems with their working culture a lot. Like they are overworking themselves a lot. They are shy to talk with girls. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Also, it also has to do a little bit with the way that the Japanese are also very focused on the career path, that they do not very much focus on family. There's a noise coming from Chrome. Oh, that's because of... Sorry about that. My fault. Yes, there's echo. Yeah, I just realized it. I did not mute the Twitch tab. That's on me. Sorry about that. You won't hear this well, you will not be watching the VOD of it. However, this will not be heard on VOD because I have a special source for audio mixer for Chrome that... Oh wait, no, you're actually gonna hear it because it saves on the bot. That's unfortunate. Now it's good. Yes, that's good to hear. So I know the Japanese culture is, in regards to work, is not good because people focus a lot on career and they do not really focus on starting a family much, which also combined with the fact that the Japanese economy has stagnated in the 90s, and I would assume it's probably a little bit expensive to live in Japan. They are too sassy. Unfortunately, I did not speak to any Japanese, so I cannot really judge that myself. Oh, this is now in... Translate to English. Oh, you did. I'm gonna take a sip of water. From Twitch streams and Discord, I see. Well, my only friends or people I know from foreign countries is, as I said, my Arab friend, Then I have a friend or a guy I know from country of Bangladesh. Then I have a friend from Russia, as well as Canadian friend, and some people who live in the United States. It seems in this. However, I don't think I ever communicated with any Japanese, so I cannot judge that myself. Okay. If the bot timeouts you again, I will take a look on that right away. Chatbot, user management, ESP to no timers. They have a video shop, but for porn bits, and you go there and watch it and masturbate there. Oh, okay. So, okay, that is quite naughty. Although I know that such shops also existed in the United States, because I watched some American movies and they showed some of these shops with such nasty with such naughty movies there as well. But oh yes, I read it again. So you okay? So they go to the shop, they find the video there, and they also masturbate right there in the shop. If I understand correctly, because they are too shy to have a sex with a girl. No, in Japan it's different. It's too much a what exists there. Uh, hmm. Well, I don't know why it banned you then, because it should not have banned you. Probably something that Twitch did not like, so if it timeouts you again, just say, you know. I'm just gonna open up my Twitch stream here as well. This time I'm gonna mute it so I can see your messages. So yeah, so they actually masturbate right into the shop. That is actually very degenerate. That is a very degenerate thing. People go there and rent a room for an hour. I never know that about Japan. This is very degenerate. Like there's no other word for it. Cause like, I mean, sure, if somebody rent, borrows himself a movie and goes home, then okay. I mean, sure, you may be, single for a while, sure, whatever. However, if you do that in shop, like, imagine a person do masturbation for many hours. Oh, yeah, I mean, that is not healthy. That is not healthy, and that is not good for your mental health either. Masturbation shops. Okay, I did not know this was a thing. That is definitely shocking news. That's one of the reasons that I don't like Japan or Korea culture. Oh, so they have something similar in Korea as well, huh? I don't think it's in Korea. Okay. I didn't saw a video or anything about it. Okay. Okay, let's continue reading the article. I'm gonna pay attention to the chat as well. The RN candidate beaten in the second round by Emmanuel Macron has filed an appeal. Okay, we already read that. In 2017, she had already seen 873,000 euros of her expenses rejected by the Commission, 95% of which consisted of loans taken out from the National Front, FN, now RN, and the micro-party of her father Jean-Marie Le Pen. But she had not at the time filed an appeal. I followed you on Twitter. Thank you. I mean, I have not been posting that much at all. However, I do sometimes retweet some random stuff I find there. I'm gonna check what I'm actually posting here. Most of my followers are bot accounts. I mean, I'm gonna show you. You don't have any verified followers, okay? Okay, so what is this? I don't even know this guy follows me, okay. Oh yeah, here we go. An account with 2,452 following, like that account is following that many people. A lot of scam accounts with those ladies' pictures on them. Probably most of them. That my old account, no. Oh, that is your account, I see. All classes are equal, we can agree on that. Money self-sufficiency, indeed. A free country and happy people. Indeed. The gay devil is capitalism. I mean, the longer I am on this planet, the more I agree that capitalism is very exploitative. People say the capitalism is the best we got. I dare to disagree, because if it's the best we got, then we are pretty much screwed as a human species. And they love to talk about that in communism, that everyone suffers and one dictator is, very rich. However, in capitalism, you have a bunch of people who are very rich. I used to be a communist. Now I'm normal person. Yeah, I mean, personally, I do not like communism because communists used to rule in my country and they were not a very good rulers. We used to be a Soviet state, not richer, we were Soviet satellite state. No, we are not. I do not, so that's why I don't like communists. I also do not like fascists. I do not like the ultranationalism, and I do not like an idea of any culture being superior to others. I used to be communist, now I'm a normal person. The communist I'm talking about. So, I mean, yeah, I have a lot of spam accounts that follows me. These random female pictures. They make like 95% of my followers, or 98%. So thank you for follow. I'm gonna show something what I... Yeah, meanwhile at the Spanish beaches, this is very edgy, however, this is something that came from the Euros. This is a picture from the Euros and somebody just edited it. Then what we got? Oh, then we got... This is a reference to one of the show I was talking about, The Boys TV series I was talking about, and then we got Katy Perry. She's like 50 years old, but she still, whips out her tits. It was led by Che Guevara. No, the Soviet Union or one China one. So Che Guevara. Che Guevara was Cuba, I believe, with I forgot what was his name. That Castro, yes, Fidel Castro, I believe. No, probably not. He was probably somebody different. However, I'm gonna Google it right away then. Che Guevara. Oh, Argentinian. I see. So he's Argentinian. Okay, so completely missed. He was in Cuba, but he's from Argentina. I see. Oh, so okay, so he's born in Argentina, but he also had a role. He played a role in the Cuban Revolution. I see. So yeah. So yeah, we got Katy Perry, whipping out tits, even though she's like 50 years old, whatever. Then we got some funny posts. The undercover cops posing as drug buyers are arrested by undercover cops posing as drug dealers. Taxpayers are very happy about it. I have this picture in my room. Yeah, this is me talking about the esports World Cup that is being held in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. Okay, I'm gonna check it then. Okay, now you piqued my attention. Oh, I see, it's in Arabic. God damn it, I cannot translate. I expect today goodbye Twitter. People are tired of your talk. You have been in this war maybe 2 years. Enough, you're an actor, and Putin is a military and a political man. The difference is huge. The war is decided by win against NATO. I mean, Russia is winning against Ukraine at the moment. The Russia has momentum. That is something that a lot of NATO and Europe is scoping about. I will definitely agree with about that. And I've been saying that as well. Oh, the price, okay. And that is something that a lot of Ukrainian soldiers, Ukrainian men are dying there because EU and NATO are way too much stubborn to actually force Ukraine to talk with Russia. I mean, it's a tragedy what's happening. Detect language. Replies. Whoever steals a chair can steal an entire country, justifying stealing the chair as bursting is worse than actual theft. And any thief can I say stole what I stole for bursting. Whoever steals 7 Shia souls will steal 7 Sunni souls from him. The arrest made by the Ministry of Interior over indecent content. Hussein Saima and his likes are a disgrace to Iraqi society because of the weakness of the ministry and preserving public days. We hope that change will happen and that they launch the report platform. If you see any video that offends public days, report it. If we all cooperate and report, these models will disappear. Indeed. Okay, this is Gulf Cup. If the Sudanese did not win the cup, come and bribe me. I see. To the Kaiser Kazim al-Zahra, I love you, Madre, so I want you to make me happy and tell me, why didn't you attend the opening of the 25th Gulf Cup? Please give me convincing reasoning, so we can defend you and excuse you. You have commitments like Majid al-Mohandes. If you will stick, there's that Iraqis love you. Don't be the Sphinx. I don't understand why Qasim al-Zahra doesn't hold concerts in Iraq or everything in the Gulf dialect, even if it's on screen. What's wrong with the Iraqis? They are so annoying. Whoever says that Qasim saw money liberated Iraq from ISIS. What were these heroes doing? Qasem Soleimani's mission was to secure a continuous supply line from the Iranian border to Syrian border to expand the scope of Iranian intervention in the region and control it. What are you talking about with the Holy people, Muqtada al-Sadr and others? I want to know, isn't Qasem Soleimani Iranian? They put his picture with Abu Mahdi. I haven't heard that they are going to set up a monument for them. By the god, this country is strange. Qasem Soleimani. I think I heard that name before. Wasn't he the Iranian general that was killed by the Trump administration? Or was it somebody different? I'm not quite sure now. Community police in Iraq are searching for a child who appeared in a video throwing money at a belly dancer inside a club. Oh. Bad. Very bad. That is him. Which do you prefer and why? Oh yeah, this is from your communism. Communism is a successful system in all societies and races, but capitalism brainwashes people and dilutes them with lies in order to make money. I mean, if you look at the government, about this, that dilutes them with lies. I mean, if we look at the governments, their politicians, well, let's just say they are not exactly truthful to us. Especially in my country, because I voted for one party, I believe 3 years ago, and they had a program of what they were going to change, and they did not really uphold their promises. They instead went with a very different route. So I mean, I was definitely disappointed. I mean, communism, could it work? I mean, the problem are the humans, obviously. The humans have sins, and as long as we have sins in our hearts, in our souls, then something like communism will never work because of greed. I'm a bit different. Oh yeah, I understand we all have personal growth, so I also used to be quite a bit different years ago. You know, like 2020, 2021, when I was 20, 21 years old, I was definitely more right-leaning. However, I moved closer to the center and I'm like a little bit left-leaning. However, I do also hold a lot of agencies, especially about traditionalism and also about guns. I do like guns a lot. I think guns are very good in protecting yourself. Frankly, what you say is true. If there's a revolution like the Bolshevik and the workers and toilers revolt, take up arms against the state and the regime, for this is how our future is in the hands of my children. These are the airport kebab group, but their talk, drawings, and the engineers company are all lies. If there's campaign to remove depictions from the scene and destroy it, I'm surprised. Iraq is not a sovereign state, and the flag of Qasem Soleimani. Why are you still next to the engineer? If we became Iran, the second branch, that would be. This dedication to your work, and you hear child riding a horse, the son of deputy of minister, rolling up his sleeves at the traffic police, and as soon as traffic police open their mouth, they separate and fight with the child's clan. A new creation, the Lion of Samawa. Kolo, praise be to God. The cost of this berry lion is 10 million dinars. I don't know how much is that in euros or dollars. These 10 millions would be better spent on a lion in heaven if they were spent on the poor to buy blankets or clothes for the winter. That would be better. But what if one say Muqtada al-Mahdi is the one who is considered a Zoroastrian Iranian? I feel sorry for Iraq. $6,000? Oh, that's not that bad, I guess. Yeah, I would probably something that like I would expect something like that from $6,000. Yeah, but it's probably better than what you would get in the Western world, honestly. Considering some of these new statues that are revealed that are very simply horrible. People nowadays do not know how to make a nice statues. This is Professor Kani, I don't know his name. They say that whoever visits the Iraqi museum wants to take some artifacts with him. Now he has to become a chef in our heads and tells me that resistance is the only thing that has broke down Iraq, sir. Our government has let someone named Janad Kandara control a country and people who are not from him in the first place, or even in the first place. We got rid of so to details. I said this is how the Iraqi revolutionaries celebrated in Tahrir Square the moment they heard of the killing of the late Soleimani. Whenever the devil says something, the angels rest. We got rid of the devil, but the devil is still alive. Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis is a drop in the ocean of corruption. People like Abu Mahdi are on the table. God knows who is under the table. Kebab al-Matar. I mean, I know it is a lot. However, when you compare it to some of the statues that are revealed on West, then I mean it's not that bad. I understand that this level, this lion looks real bad. I mean, this is very cartoonish, and this belly is. It looks like you added a body armor to his chest. I was studying at Al Sayab. What do I see of you? To whom it may concern, correct the mistakes in the Palm Tank Stadium in Basra before it becomes a laughing stock. Biking Parking Stadium is not a stadium. Stadium. Frankly, everything in Iraq needs to be fixed and modified, not just typos. Biking what? Yeah, I just realized best stadium biking. That is okay. That is actually quite funny. Typo. Before he was threatened by ISIS, today by the Popular Mobilization Forces. Why did the holy sites perish? A Godwin, Lebanon will become 1520 today and tomorrow more and more until it becomes 1 million GG. Urgent, the dollar is approaching 1520 dinars on the Iraqi stock exchange. Oh, China. Let's see. This will be like Abu al-Ada's Chinese agreement. I don't know what this is though. Abu al-Ada's Chinese agreement. However, the internet will. Okay, there is actually nothing. Sad. Oh, here. Okay, and this is everything in your replies. It was the last Iraqi prime minister before this guy. He had a Chinese agreement and it was a lie. I see. Okay. Is there anything interesting happening? Oh, Sky, Elon Musk, just stealing some billions of dollars. Oh, classic politician. Just in, Russian foreign minister says if Ukraine joins NATO, either Ukraine disappears or NATO does. Yes, I mean, this is. The journalist has been playing a lot with the Ukraine joining NATO whilst they are at war with Russia. For me, that is a very stupid thing to say, very irresponsible. Like, I think everyone knows what would happen if Ukraine joined NATO and if they actually called in the NATO to fight the Russians. Like, people, I don't know if people are just naive or stupid. Like, if the Russian existence would be threatened, then they would obviously unleash their nuclear arsenal, and that would be pretty much the end of the civilization. Just doing some more beyond that. Ragad Saddam Hussein. Search about this in Twitter. Okay, I will. Ragad Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein is back in the person of his daughter Yagam Saddam Hussein Ragad declares her return to politics to avenge her father. America and its allies must be vigilant. Oh, is this her official Twitter? She's the last daughter of Saddam Hussein. She'll know she would play a major role in Iraq's political future, and she will be the new ruler of Iraq. She demanded her father's body be honored and buried in a proper and made a military party for him. I see. I did not know that he has a living children. Go watch her account. Okay, I'm gonna check her account. Sorry. That's a quick something. Happy New History Year. May God bring goodness, blessing, security, and stability to Muslims and the whole world. We ask God to relieve the nation's distress with the affliction from our brothers in Palestine and honor Iraq with his glory. Happy Eid al Adha Saddam Hussein. Unfortunately, I cannot translate this. But yeah, the qualifications for the World Cup. I heard the North Korea is doing pretty well in the qualifications for the World Cup, so they might actually qualify to play in the United States of America. That would be quite funny to have the North Korean national team of all tournaments play in the USA. We will won. I wish you the best luck. Translate. Every year, Jordan is king, leadership, and people are well honored by God Almighty. May God protect the kingdom from the evil of the wicked. You have burdened the world with your alleged democracy, and you have sought to change governments and support movements. And in the opinion of the Iraqis, you have destabilized the Arab world and obstructed its progress and development. And today, you are embodying your agri democracy before the world without shame, except that all these wild movements and actions have become cruel to reduce Arab people. And that is what matters to us. You have been disgraced and failed, and your efforts have failed. You and your false democracy, you thug killers. Mercy, honor, and glory to the martyrs. Long live Palestine and its steadfast people. Go Mordan, okay. Anything in particular I should see? Those sound notes. They always say that the evil in Arab region is based on Iraq and the martyred President Saddam Hussein, and that the region would be peaceful without him. Today and every day they remember him, and they are certain that his vision preceded others by many years. A salute of respect and appreciation to you, hero who raised the name of Iraq high. Yeah, here, those papers I see. So I cannot read Arabic, so unfortunately I don't know what they say. So I'm gonna just read this. Every year may the Arab nation be well, the nation that has always been most important in your struggle, except that the nation is not well and Iraq is not well. My father and the nations have ganged upon it, but I promise you that Iraq will be well. God willing, and today I decided to start publishing a small part of your memoirs on my way. Because unpublishing houses have precautions against publishing them, and today will be important for many of your fans and even others. To them we dedicate your private memoirs that you wrote while you were in American prison in Iraq. To you, my father, all respect and appreciation, you brave hero. To the Gardens of Eternity, you high score attached are 40 photos, a very small part of the memoir of my father, the martyred President Saddam Hussein in captivity. Yes, I remember the Iraqi war started because of the alleged nuclear weapons in Iraq, was it? I think obviously nothing ever was found there, and that invasion has caused a lot of suffering for the Iraqi people and caused a massive destabilization. It's his diary book. I'm gonna ask you actually if you know anything about Gaddafi, if because I know he was also overthrown. One of the longest running readers in the world. He is he's good but crazy. He was a good friend. Hmm. Yeah, I know he was planning to touch some African currency, something to rival the Western nations, and then the Libya got invaded in 2011. I remember I was very little when I was watching news when French troops and other nations. The Green Book. Uh, And Libya, what was its name? I see. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. The Green Book Gaddafi is a short book setting out political philosophy of Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. The book was first published in 1975, I see. Social political philosophy. He wanted everyone to read the book because he believed that his philosophy could make the world a better place. The great socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya is an authoritarian regime with population approximately 6.3 million, ruled by Colonel Muammar al-Gaddafi since 1969. The country's governing principles are derived predominantly from al-Gaddafi Green Book ideology. Okay, that's from the United States. I see. This is very short, so this not really tells me. Oh, I see. The flag was just green. I mean, hey, simplicity is sometimes the best. Okay, the coat of arms looks pretty cool, actually. I mean, it's an eagle with some thingies here. The green. Not bad. Not a bad coat of arms, actually. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna read one more articles before I'm gonna probably cut this. I want to do at least this article because it's very silly article, very kind of stupid in my opinion, and I want to make a video about it. So I'll probably not be reading chat as much. I'm gonna respond to the messages. However, I'm gonna be reading and adding my opinion about this as well. We got Denmark to introduce world's first livestock carbon tax. Yes, this is very silly in my opinion, very stupid. Just why? Why? Let's read it. Then from 2030, methane emissions caused by the flatulence from cattle and pigs will be taxed at the rate of 300 kroner 40 euros per ton of CO2 equivalent. Denmark will introduce the world's first carbon tax on livestock, a unique measure designed to bring the Scandinavian country closer to its goal of carbon neutrality by 2045. From 2030, methane emissions caused by flatulence from cattle and pigs will be taxed at the rate of 300 kroner, 40 euros per ton of CO2 equivalent. What this will cause is that the beef and the pork, if for people who eat pork, the prices will rise, obviously, as a response, since you tax these CO2 emissions, the methane they emit. So the meat is going to have to be expensive, more expensive artificially. So in short, the average consumer is going to get screwed over by this. This amount will rise to 750 kroner in 2035. So that will be around 90 euros, about 90 euros. That is a lot. That is going to cause a Not significant, however, definitely noticeable increase in price of beef and pork. Between the government as part of the opposition and representatives of livestock farmer, industry and trade unions. The text still has to be approved by Parliament, which will examine it after the summer. For Christian Fromberg, a campaign leader at Greenpeace Nordic, so it's from Greenpeace, no wonder this is stupid. The text offers hope in a situation where a lot of countries are backpedaling on climate action. Raising cattle is not backpedaling on climate action. Raising cattle is to provide for your people, provide food for your people. Farmers are to get a 60% tax deduction to soften the expense. So why do you even create something like this in a first place? Why do you put a tax on the CO2 emission produced by cattle, by pigs, when you are going to then give a tax deduction? That does not make any sense. That is a bureaucratic nonsense. I read a book called Kafka's Letters to Milena. Kafka. Wait, I have a feeling I know who that is. Franz Kafka. Of course I know who that is. He was born in my country to begin with. Of course. Letters to Milena. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna... yeah, I should know who that is. However, I'm not that much interested in my own country's history. Mainly because we were a part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire for centuries. And our brightest moment in history arguably were the Hussite Wars, where we were fighting against the Catholic Christians in the 15th century, the early 15th century. She's from Czech Republic, indeed. That was one of the brightest moments when the prophet John Hus was trying to reform the church, and instead he got burned by the Catholics. So the Czechs rise under the banner of Hussites and fought the Christians crusades, and were doing actually pretty good. They hold out against the Catholics for about 13 years. Fortunately, I mean, the West was kind of focused on other things, so like the 100 Years' Wars between the French and English, and also the expansion, the rise of the Ottoman Empire as well. And Kafka, he is a Jewish German. As I said, I do not know anything about Kafka, unfortunately, so I cannot add any comment to that. And I lost my... here we go. And I cannot add any more comment to that, because I don't know, unfortunately, do not know who it is. While the carbon tax should have been both higher and implemented sooner, it thus marks a significant milestone, he told AFP. I disagree with that. At the same time, Mr. Fromberg deplored the missed opportunity to bring about a new direction for Danish agriculture. No. Cows, cattle, pigs in the Western world, in non-Muslim world, as well as chicken, are a necessity. They provide food for masses. It is a good food. It's a city in your country. He was scared from Nazi Germany, so he escaped from Germany to Brno. Yes, I know Brno. Unfortunately, we were occupied by the Germans after the Munich betrayal and after the establishment of the Protectorate in the 39th. That was unfortunate that the French and the British, well, they thought that giving territory to Germany with ethnic Germans would prevent war. Yeah, he got killed there. I'm not surprised. He wasn't too smart when he was in Czech. Yeah, I mean that was another smart move. However, I don't know how it was with traveling in the 30s, so maybe he had reasons why he stayed there that he couldn't move to other countries. Yeah, the Czech protectorate wasn't a nice thing, especially after we assassinated our protectorate leader, the SS something Führer Heydrich. That also the Germans also did not like it much. He was with Marina there, I see. That is despite the fact that its practices remain highly intensive and discharges a lot of nitrogen, which is responsible for deoxygenating the water. Nitrogen, wait. Of atmosphere. Made up. Made of. Nitrogen makes about 78% of Earth's atmosphere. What sort of argument is this? Milena Jesenska. I see, because she's Czech. Oh. At the same time, Mr. Filming deplored the missed opportunity to bring about a new direction for Danish agriculture. This is despite the fact that its practices remain highly intensive and this, oh, I already read that, sorry about that, which is responsible for deoxygenating the water. As we've seen earlier, the Earth is made of 78% of nitrogen, so I think only someone who doesn't have any idea about what Earth is made of would actually fall for this, because this is a nonsensical argument. It's Czech name IG. Milena Jesenska is Czech name. Yes, that's a Czech name. Without oxygen, marine flora and fauna disappear. However, there are no real scientific proofs that Earth is deoxygenating at all. The Earth is warming, however, it depends just how much influence humanity has on it. We have influence on the CO2 levels and on climate, however, the question is just how much, because Earth has had many extreme moods. I mean, the 5th century, when the Gothic people, the Visigoths, the Franks, Vandals, Alemanni, Suebi crossed the river near France on the France-Belgium border and entered the Western Roman Empire. This must have been an extreme summer. Then we also have the mysterious year in the 6th century in the year of in Eastern Roman Empire under the rule of the Justinian II, when the sky was supposed to turn very dark or something like that for an entire year. Oh, yeah, sure. And then we got the another extreme weather when the entire London Thames River just frozen and people were skating on it. So Earth has had many extreme moods. So whilst we definitely influenced the Earth's climate, there are no evidence that we actually deoxygenating it. And the problem with marine flora is also that humans also put their waste into the oceans, and there are some really ugly places in the oceans which are filled with garbage. A sad day. For the Danish Association for Sustainable Agriculture, however, the agreement is useless. It's a sad day for agriculture, it said in a press release. As a farmer, I feel uncomfortable because we are taking a part in an uncertain experiment that could threaten the security of the food supply, said the association president Peter Kjaer, recalling New Zealand's abandonment of similar proposal in the face of farmers protesting. To soften the bill for Danish farmers, the plan proposes a 60% tax deduction. As I said, why would you implement it in the first place if you're going to give tax deduction? The true cost to farmers is expected to be 120 kroner, 16 euros per ton, from 2030 rising to 300 kroner, 40 euros 5 years later. However, projections by the economy ministry estimate that up to 2,000 jobs could be lost in the sector by 2035 as a result of the agreement. The revenue generated by the tax will be reinvested in the ecological transition of the agricultural history. Over 60% of the country's surface area is devoted to agriculture. Well, that is going to be a hit for the agriculture. Unless the Danish will try to promote some other means of food to the farmers. I do not disagree with this at all. The cattle, the chicken, the pork are a essential for the people, essential food for the people, and if you remove it or tax it like this, then the prices are going to go higher, as they already have been going higher because of the inflation, and also because the grain, a lot of grain is produced in Ukraine, which is under a little bit of pressure at the moment, or has been under a little bit of pressure for about 2 years now. Ouch. Sorry if you heard that, I hit my table. In addition, the following of 140,000 hectares should help to increase carbon storage in the soil, thereby reducing the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. We have a grave myth in Denmark of being green frontrunners, said Mr. Fernberg. I'm gonna take a sip of water. It is very hard to make the case that this agreement is historic. It is continuation of the path of intensification that Danish agriculture has occurred for the last 70 years. And the deal incentivizes that the Danish agriculture will continue to be most intensive meat-producing country in the world. Then why do you even announce this? Why do you even try to implement this in the first place if you want Denmark to be still, most intensive meat-producing country in the world? I do not understand the logic behind this. On one hand, you want to tax the carbon emission. On the other hand, you will reduce those taxes. So basically, you're doing nothing. You're just adding a bureaucracy. That's it. Like, you're adding a bureaucracy. Denmark is one of the world's leading exporters of pork, which accounts for almost half of the country's agriculture exports, according to the Danish Agriculture and Food Council. And that's the article. I do not agree with this. I do not agree with this at all. It's silly, it's stupid, and it really goes to show that the green agenda is really silly. You want to tax the CO2 or the hydrogen emitted by the cattle. Then you provide a tax reduction to the farmers. It seems like virtue signaling, just bland and plain virtue signaling. You just virtue signaling that you are doing something. But realistically, all you do is you add bureaucracy. You add more paperwork to the farmers and to the people who are going to have to pay taxes from being, farmer works. I do not agree with this, and I think it is very silly. And hope this will be repealed by the Danes. Do we have anything interesting here? We got Zelensky. We got a wife of a former French president being charged with tampering, with witness tampering. Second critical endangered Chinese pangolin is born in the Prague Zoo in less than 2 years. China man arrested with over 100 live snakes in pockets. Okay, I'm gonna read this one as well. China. Man arrested with over 100 live snakes in pockets. During an inspection, customs officers found 6 bags sealed with adhesive tape in the pocket of the pants of this person. Chinese customs said each contained live snakes of all kinds, sizes, and colors, they stressed. I'm gonna save this image. A man was arrested in China with more than 100 live snakes in his pants pockets that he was trying to smuggle into the country, authorities said. During an inspection, the customs officers found 6 bags sealed with adhesive tape in the pockets of the pants of this person, Chinese customs said on Tuesday, without specifying when this discovery took place. Each contained live snakes of all kinds, sizes, and colors, they stressed. A hub of global animal trafficking. Indeed. I actually read about that recently. I read about that a exotic snake bit its owner, Yeah, and the owner was then in a critical health condition. It's kind of an argument as to why we should not allow people to actually have such exotic animals in their custody, especially if those animals could be in any way harmful to the people, because people cannot be trusted with, safeguarding those exotic animals. I mean, you can look on the Florida, actually. If you know Florida in 80s, there were people who also imported a lot of exotic animals, and one of such exotic animals was a Burmese python, a very long snake that had never been in America before. However, some people probably got tired of their pets and they just threw those Burmese pythons into the wildlife and they just thought that they would die there. Nope, these Burmese pythons did not die there. They prospered and now they are very overpopulated in Florida, and Florida is doing their best to get rid of them. They are even paying people money to actually kill those Burmese pythons. That's just how bad it is. They are threatening a lot of animal species with possible extinction, and they are also ruining the Florida's natural habitats because they do not belong. They do not have any natural predator there to actually keep their numbers in check. So the humans have to step in and do something about it. A customs officer seized 104 reptiles of 5 species, including Texas snakes and milk and corn snakes. The customs statement said a video of the seizure shows 2 officers examining clear plastic bags containing red and white snakes wriggling inside. The individual in question was apprehended recently at a border post between mainland China and the semi-autonomous territory of Hong Kong. China is one of the world's major hubs for animal trafficking, but authorities have taken significant steps in recent years to combat the illicit trade. Okay, this is the entire article. That was a very short article. Very unfortunate. I'm gonna make a video about it regardless because this is very bizarre, very funny. Over 100 snakes trafficked in pants. That is, on one hand, I do admire his guts to actually put 100 snakes in his pants. That is, I would not be able to put a single snake in my pants. Not talking even about 100. But yes, the illegal trade of these exotic animals is a major problem and it has to be dealt with. And sometimes we hear about people, having those exotic animals or even animals like lions, tigers, and there are instances where the owners simply do not handle those animals and something very tragic happens. We also have instances and articles of such. So in my personal opinion, the average human user should not be able to get his hands on these exotic animals. Like, these exotic animals belong into the zoo and into their natural habitats, not into your house, where it is possible that they will just escape because you were not able to safeguard them well enough. Or because you simply got bored of them and you got them illegal so you cannot return them anywhere. Because I would assume that every animal shop would keep a record just who gave them or returned them animals to keep it in check. And because I know in my country you even have to register your own dogs. If you have a dog, you have to register it. So the government keeps it in check what your pets are, and if it passes away like my dog, then like my dog did in, I believe it was last year, then you also have to report it to your local government. Hopefully there's going to be change, probably not in the near future. So we can continue now. Let's see what... Okay, this is also a funny article, we're gonna read it. Hey, Oh yeah, I'm just picking up my next article. I want to read probably one or two more, then I'm gonna do the Twitter Bizarre. That's just some random tweets which I found to be bizarre, funny. I only have like 3. Then maybe I'm gonna talk about one movie that's coming up, the Shrek 5, maybe. Let's see. 2 minors are missing and 17 were injured. Maybe I'm gonna read it. Be read about the snake trafficker with 100 snakes in his pants. So, lol, I sent 30 texts and I thought you can't see it. Let's see. It doesn't seem like you actually sent anything. You said be right back and afterwards you only sent this. I was replying to this unless I had my... No, I did not have my microphone muted. Fortunately, I would be very angry about it. We're gonna skip this. We're gonna skip Zelensky. And this as well. And we're gonna probably skip Pope after latest attacks in Ukraine, Gaza. We're gonna probably skip this because Pope is... Nah, just no. Just no, like Pope, no, sorry. Yeah, I saw the snake one, how he put it in his pants. Yeah, I actually wonder how he was able to fit 100 snakes in his pants. More likely, I'm wondering how he made it that it wasn't, suspicious straight away. Like, you didn't just look at him and was like, this guy has a really big pants. But I think there's a problem with my Twitch. Oh yes, that happens when you sometimes refresh the page, that your messages just disappear. However, I can still see them. Or I can click on your profile and be able to see all the messages you sent. Let's read the EU article about the porno site. Why not? The EU designates the XNXX as a very large online platform under Digital Services Act. So recently I was watching a video about a website called nutaku.net. It's an adult site with adult games. And apparently it has about the same or even more active monthly users than Steam. Oh, I said a fun fact about China arrested a guy. Oh, I did not see that then. And it was not showed in my Twitch tab as well. To finish my thought, I was also quite, well, not shocked to see, a little bit surprised to see just how many porno sites made it into top 10 in terms of traffic. He's selling sheep meat and telling people it was bad meat. Okay, I did not see this one. I did not see this one about the sheep meat and bad meat. Brussels, the European Union has designated an adult content platform X and XX as a very large online platform VLOP under its Digital Service Act. and it has on average 45 million monthly users in the EU, it said on Wednesday in a statement. The rules under the DSA require companies to share data with the authorities and researchers, conduct risk management, and undergo external and independent auditing. This is also probably a reason why some of the United States websites do not work in the EU. I cannot access them. Pakistan is the most country watching porn. Really? I did not know that. I did not know that Pakistan watches porno. But yeah, the United States, some of the United States websites do not run in EU because they did not provide data to the European Union, or they do not abide by the Digital Services Act and laws, because the European Union is a little bit more strict about the user data than it is in the United States. In the what? Second one is Japan. Wow. Oh yeah, I'm glad to see also that my stream elements automated messages work. I made this in case that this chat actually one day becomes lively, so if I actually get users so they do not actually get scammed, so I have some sort of automated messages to remind them then to never give out any personal information on anything else to whoever, even somebody who poses as me, or even me, if it was my own account, never give out personal information. Yeah, I know. However, the internet and a lot of people get scammed, unfortunately. Let's see. This surprising, except this surprising country spends more time watching porn than any other. Wait, at this, okay, so this article says, Southeast Asia top the list on Pornhub, I see. Philippines, South Africa, US, Canada, Argentina, UK, France. Oh, I see. Who wastes scammers' time? I sometimes get some of these channels in my own feed. One of these channels is, I believe his name was Kit Boga. Yes, this guy. I sometimes see him on my feed. I actually never watch any of these videos. Or that was 2023, that article. Or John Browning? YouTube? No. Oh yeah, Jim Browning. Yeah, not Jim. Or this guy as well, tech support scams. So these guys actually sometimes appear in my feed. I watched one of his videos. I forgot which it was. Oh yeah, it was about that he actually deleted his channel videos because somebody sent him a email from Google. Let's see if it was, I'm not sure if it's, yeah, my channel was deleted. How? Yeah, actually, this was one of the only video I watched from him that was about the scam. Pleasant Green, this is my favorite one. Okay, so. Why is Pakistan being... Oh, here we go. Why is Pakistan, being an Islamic country, ranked the top porn searching nation in the world? This is from 2016. As I'm Muslim, so I think I can answer this question better. So basically, Pakistani society is sexually very frustrated. There are two ways of living healthy sex life. One is an early marriage, which Islam orders us to do. In Islam, once you hit your age of puberty, it's better to get married as early as possible so you keep yourself away from premature sex. And the second option is to live like people of West, which means do a lot of sex before marriage, gets into a relationship and satisfy each other sexually without marriage. But Muslim society is unfortunately a mixture of both. They are not truly following Islam and they also do not want to be like West. Here you will marry once. You get financially stable, so the average age of marriage is about 25 to 27 for men and 23 to 25 for women. Now, what will they do before marriage? Definitely they will watch porn because they are also humans and they also have sexual desires. So that's why, unfortunately, people in Muslim countries watch more porn because they don't have any other options. Sorry for my bad English, it isn't my native language. So kindly ignore my grammar mistakes. Here we got somebody who says it's false information about Pakistan. It's a propaganda of it's a propaganda of Indian sites. When you search, then top of the list is Indian website. They write about Pakistan. No one other country published this post. Oh, of course, yeah. India and Pakistan do not like each other much. Yeah, porn is not good for you. I mean, if you are single, then I guess it makes sense to once per month, maybe if you are really frustrated. However, you should not be watching porn. It's not good for you. You should be probably trying to search for a relationship, unless you were in a relationship and it did not go well. To be mouth. I don't accept it actually. I see. Yes, that's one way to have the lifestyle. I can definitely respect that. Pakistan is not on the top list. America is on top country and they are the one who start these websites. Second is UK, third is India. Okay, so people say here it's a propaganda film. India, as I said, India and Pakistan do not like each other, so there's probably truth on this. Maybe it is a little bit. There was added a little bit flair to it by some other people. To watch someone doing something for me, it's disgusting. I see. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I can definitely see your point. And I now completely forgot where I was. XNX has 4 months to implement measures to protect users online, including minors, and address any systemic risk arising from their service, the Commission also said. In December 2023, the EU designated 3 other adult content platforms, Pornhub, Snapchat, and Xvideos as VLOPs. And this is a Reuters article, so of course it's very short. Unfortunate. But hey, I learned something new once again. That Pakistan seems to like porno. Iran and Iraq, we don't like each other. Yes, I know about that. I know that there was a Iran-Iraq war in the 80s. Between was it Hussein already or somebody other versus the Well, the current Iran leader, not the president, but the religious leader. I don't know his name. I'm not quite sure if it was he who made the famous quote, but the people are retarded. I know somebody made that quote, but I'm not sure if it was he or somebody other. But yeah, I mean, back in the 80s, I believe Iraq was ruled by, yeah, was ruled by people who were more on a Sunni side. So Iraq is split between Sunni and Shia. The Iran is Shia, and they would probably like to have a Shia government in Iraq. So there's some tension. 1980, 1988, indeed. The Iranians who started, I see. Uh, I see. Iron Iraq, I see. Okay, background as well. Hmm. Yeah, I know that Persia or Iran is not very popular with the other Arabic nations. I know they do not really like Iran much. Saudi Arabia and Iran also are on quite a bit of tensions. Hmm. Okay. I guess I can read about it later. So we got this article out of the way. Very short, unfortunately. It is what it is. And specifically the Gulf countries. Oh, I see. So the countries like Bahrain, Qatar, UAE. Hmm. Let's head to the Twitter bizarre and I'm gonna close this. So we're gonna read some things. So allegedly Elon Musk will suspend users on X who post from river to sea in support of Palestine. If this is true, then this is a very petty, and this goes pretty much against his free speech Twitter. Not only me or the Iraqis. Well, I guess I would not be very surprised, because I mean, Iraq has been in a bit of an pickle for years now. And I would imagine a lot of countries from the Gulf or near Iraq wanted to build some sort of influence in the country and to push the agenda because they betrayed us. I see. And they are dogs of... Oh, they are dogs of the capital. Okay, yeah. I see, so... I see. Are you by any chance referring to the OPEC group? The oil group, the OPEC Plus, or however they call themselves? So I'm able to see, what do we read? Mr. Mas, you will be in clear contempt of court, Dutch court. Iraq was socialism country, I see. From the fluvial waterhouse to maritime dreams, Palestine will be free. From the river to sea, Palestine will be free. Yes, he is definitely going to have to suspend Netanyahu's account then. Netanyahu's. And sometimes communism. Now Netanyahu, blah blah blah. Seriously, I thought the freedom of speech is what makes Twitter so special to you. What makes you special to me? But if I'm wrong, I will close my Twitter account without any regrets. So think about it. You are the only one who gives to people the right to express themselves. Now, Iraq is a democratic party only on the paper. Yep. And capitalism is only on the paper. The art is way more different. I mean, we seen like the democracy, how it worked. The US installed democracy. We've seen it many times, just how it works. And in the Cold War especially, it was like democracy with quotes, because I mean, most of the time the United States simply supported nations who were anti-communist while they were doing also very terrible things to their own people, and sometimes were quite a bit of dictators who were very good towards their own people, but the United States supported them because hey, they were anti-communist, and that was what mattered to them. So we got Elon Musk going against his promise to make Twitter, a freedom of speech beacon. Not really surprising considering what party he aligns himself with. Also, I'm gonna ask you one thing. Personally, I believe that religion and politics should never interfere with each other. That the religion and politics should never cross each other paths. So how do you view this? Iraq is a capital, but we have Labor Day as an official communist holiday. I agree. Yes. That is also quite the reason why I cannot really stomach the good portion of the right-wing parties nowadays, because they, whilst I can respect their commitment to the traditionalism, I cannot respect that they let religion influence their politics, and we see that even in the United States when the Christianity clearly has a influence over the politics and over the cause of the Republican Party. Let us move on. Religion should be away from politics. I agree. Personally, I never follow any teachings. I never followed any teachings and probably never will. However, I do believe in some sort of an afterlife, something like heaven, hell, something like that. Because religion is originally a way to live. Yes. Yeah, it was designed as a way of living, just like Buddhism, I guess. However, people made this into a way of rule, and they used the religion to rule over people and force people to commit a lot of crimes in the past. Not the way to live in Islam, I see. Well, I never read Quran, so I'm gonna read it one day. It is, once again, it is on my to-do list to read every book, every holy book from all religions to gain the understanding of what each religion is actually. The thief should his left hand be cut and his right left to be cut. Yes, I know the Islam is actually strict about thievery and stuff like that. I did watch some videos from, I believe it was Afghanistan under the Taliban government now, that, yeah, they were very tough towards thieves. So next up we got, what do we got? Jennifer Lawrence admits she barely understood film she starred in despite sleeping with the director. Yikes. Okay. Some comments. She should have spoken to him and asked him or read the script. I don't know. If ever someone is disappointed in your sexual performance, tell them you'll fix it in post. I'm not quite sure what that means. It's, That's how some jobs are. I mean, Jennifer Lawrence just showing people how to become a successful actress, I guess. It's from June 2023, so it's from last year. I'm gonna save this. I might gonna do some editing on this. Maybe not. That is if the Twitter Bazaar makes a video. I don't think it will. And last we got this thing. The man who ejaculated on woman's leg is in dormitory in Philadelphia, has turned himself in. So yesterday or Sunday before, I saw a video or a tweet about a person who ejaculated on woman's leg exactly as this rate, and then just ran away. So let's do this. I'm gonna mute the music for a bit and we're gonna watch it together. There we go.
This just in, the man police say sexually assaulted a woman at a South Philly Dollar Tree store has turned himself in. The attack gaining national attention, even rapper Meek Mill tweeting today that he would award $2,000 to the person who finds him. Police identified him as 35-year-old Gary Miles. His surrender happening after disturbing video circulated on social media appearing to show the end of the assault. It happened at the store located at Snyder Plaza on East Snyder Street on June 23rd. Police say a mugshot will be released once charges are officially filed. This just in, the man police say sexually assaulted a woman at a South Philly Dollar Tree store has turned himself in. The attack gaining national attention, even rapper Meek Mill tweeting today.
Okay, I pay attention to Ali ibn Abi Talib, who is a very religious person, when he was the leader of the Muslims, a thief was brought to him and they told him to cut off his hand. He said, "No, bring the mayor and cut off his hand. Because of him, this guy became a thief for feeding himself." Yeah, there is a subtle message in that the governments, the people who lead us should provide for us, they should. Yeah, they are elected, well, usually elected to keep our basic needs of food and water. And if they fail, then they should be definitely deposed at least. Because, I mean, if your government cannot provide for its own people, what good is this government for? The post not quite a hit. Okay, people are just repeating the same jokes. How many years does that even get to you? A long time, hopefully. Porn has ruined minds. That is definitely the truth. When he tells his soulmate what got him worked up. The audacity of him wearing that damn shit. Okay, and this is all. I don't think there is anything more. Yeah, this is about some content creator who was telling that he had cancer. However, he did not have cancer. He was lying about it. He was also promoting some crypto scams. Not a good human person. This boogie guy. And GTA and another and post about GTA 6. Have you actually played any of the Rockstar games or any games like that? Like GTA or Red Dead Redemption or anything like that? Oh, we got Jordan Peterson here. What does he write? Hey, new Nazi terrorists. Anonymously trumpeting your anti-Semitism doesn't rescue you from your mother's basement or from demon of resentment or make you more attractive to the women who take one look at you and shudder and rightly bloody so you are despicable bottom rank cowards. Using Gaza, Hamas as camouflage for detestable cluster B psychopathy, narcissism, Machiavellism, and of course sadism. I've got your numbers, you pathetic dentum toddlers. You don't even have courage of genuine boys. You cheated the scarlet sweat-stained t-shirt started hide behind your mommy's skirt scum. This curse is wasted on you. That cannot be the real guy. That is the real guy. This guy is like 50 years old and he writes this. 50 years old and you write something like this. I have no words. I have no words. Twitter is really a magical place with really magical people. Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck? Wait, what she writes? AI make a song that sounds like it would have been the anthem of Hillary Clinton's failed 2016 campaign and only appeals to white gay millennials who think Soy Queen is a valid response to anything. I see. Oh, you got time out, I see. Who asked? Oh, Oh, yes, that's because of the caps once again. I thought I fixed it. I thought I fixed the caps problem. I set the bot to delete messages whom had a lot of caps in it. However, I see. So, okay, this is my fault. Well, not my fault. This is the bot's fault because I thought I fixed it. Like, you should not have gotten. You should not have gotten. I played all Rockstar games. Did you like them? Yeah, you should not have gotten timed out for that. Let's say something broken with the stream elements bot, unfortunately. I actually bought the Red Dead Redemption during these summer sales, and I played like half an hour of it. I think I'm gonna be playing it on stream, maybe in like late July when I finally finish Dark Souls Remastered. Then I'm gonna start the Red Dead, and I'm gonna be streaming it, the entirety of it, and afterwards I'm gonna have the decision whether to keep on streaming or not. Because once again, I'm doing this because I want to try it and I want to see if somebody actually is going to like it, and if I'm gonna get an audience. Obviously, if I'm not gonna get an audience, I'm gonna have to also find some real job. Right now, I'm looking to either become something like IT guy or a police officer. Since GTA 2 until Red Dead 2, I never played GTA 2. I played GTA 3, God of War more. Oh, God of War is good. I want to play God of War as well. I saw the Let's Plays on the original before the Ragnarok and the original PS3 games. However, I really like the 2018 game, I believe it was. But personally, I do think I like GTA more. Probably because of all the chaos I can do there. That's probably the reason I like it so much. And I could change the scene now, can I? There we go. I played when I was a kid. God of War. I used to play GTA as a kid. Also, I used to play a PS3 game called Resistance Fall of Man that had a very quite unique enemies actually. The actually quite unique enemies. There we go. Yes. Yeah, so I was playing this game with these enemies. They were very unique. That's why I like this game. It was a shooter game, but what I really liked was these enemies because they seem so unique. Before that, I also played Call of Duty games, so you know, fighting Russians and Nazis. Eventually, it becomes a little bit repetitive. So this game was really unique and quite fun. It also had a pretty good multiplayer. The multiplayer was very good. There was no lagging. The servers were very good. I heard on its time. So yeah, this was one of the games I played as a child. I also, as you might have remember, I said games like Europa Universalis 4 and Hearts of Iron 4. I love playing strategy games as well. although I'm not particularly good at them. But I love playing the strategy game. Probably especially World War II strategy games. I was playing Metal Slug on PS2. Oh yes, I remember Metal Slug. I remember I watched Metal Slug on one streamer. One streamer played Metal Slug. It seems very fun actually. I believe. Would you play cooperation in Metal Slug? Did it have a cooperation option? Okay. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni doing a Joe Biden impression at the NATO summit. Remember when the corporate media told us what we just don't respect Trump? Every one of them would do anything to get Trump back. Interesting take. Jen Psaki, oh yeah, she used to be in Biden press team. Uh-huh. Okay, horny content. Putin. I played all Metal Slug. My favorite is Metal Slug 3, okay. I like that it even has that inside coin thingy here. This is, you can see just how old school this is. Oh, I see. So because it was in Baghdad, I see. Does not look bad at all. You have special abilities. Okay. I think this is everything for the Twitter Bazaar. Nothing else is here. Just some random people. Some dances. Fourth mission, I guess. Okay. So, I'm not sure if you actually ever watched the Shrek movies. So, apparently, there's going to be Shrek 5 released in theaters on July 2026. I have no expectations of it. I remember I liked the Shrek 1 and Shrek 2. I did not like the Shrek 3, and I did not watch the other Shrek movie. I like Shrek. Yeah, my probably most favorite would be. I don't know. I don't know if it's the first or the second movie. It's kind of close for me. But, mm, I like Donkey. Yeah, Donkey was really good. Eddie Murphy was really good as a donkey. Really good voice actor for him. I guess I like this first movie more, but I might say I like the second movie more some other day. Not too far away. Let's watch it. Ah. Okay, this is just the teaser actually. With Mike Myers, Eddie Murphy, and Cameron Diaz. I see. So they are all the original voice actors are returning. I see. After Eddie Murphy previously spilled the beans that it was in the works, Universal has confirmed that the Shrek 5 is on the way, and even gave it a release date July 1st, 2026. The official DreamWorks Animation Twitter account posted a teaser trailer with Shrek 5 logo to accompany the release date. In addition to the release date, Universal also confirmed to Variety that Mike Myers, Eddie Murphy, and Cameron Diaz will reprise their role in the upcoming films. It's my favorite movie after Scarface. Oh, I never saw Scarface. I never saw the movie. That's such a mistake though, because I love the song Scarface. I like the song. Push it to the limit. Yep. I really like the song. American History. American History X. No, I never watched this. I never see this movie before. Trailer.
Look, I told you, I don't want you all coming up here to see me.
I don't care what you told me, okay?
I'm trying to get through this, and you're just making it harder.
You think you're the only one doing time, Derek? You think I'm not in here with you?
He was his mother's hope.
He's gone. You don't know the world your children are living in.
His father's legacy.
It's everywhere I look now. What? This affirmative black shit.
The white man marches on!
See this? That means not welcome.
And his brother's hero.
I trust you, Derek.
Drop your weapon! Derek, no!
All that anger. All that hate.
Has anything you've done made your life better?
Derek Vineyard was released from Chino early this morning.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Too big to give me a hug?
Oh, it's good to see you. Check this out, man.
When'd you get that?
What?
Well, I came to talk about Danny. He's headed right where you are.
What's wrong with you?
Let the kid alone. He thinks the joint messed with your mind.
Did.
I'm asking you to do whatever's in your power.
You know what you can do? You can get me shot by a bunch of white boys. I am out, and Danny is out too. And if you come near my family again, I will feed you your heart.
What's happening, Dad?
I don't think you realize what's been going on here. We are 10 times what we were.
They're after you, man.
They're gonna come for me. They're gonna come for me. There ain't nothing I can do. Hey, Danny!
Shoot it!
I love you, and you're my best friend. And I'm not telling you what to do, but I need you to understand.
I changed my ideas about communism because of this movie. It's not worth to waste my voice on this. Really? I never seen this movie before. I mean, the trailer, it has a lot of laggies, so I mean, I'll probably watch it because it seems to be with the. I actually like the trailer. Actually, this trailer actually made me interested in watching that movie because it seems to be exploring a lot of, extreme ideology. I feel like this is one of the most important movies of all time. Okay, American History X. If I find it on one of the streaming platforms I use, then I might give it a go. I might watch it. Although it would be better if I knew about this movie before, because I could have just probably downloaded it from one of our sites where we could download a lot of movies. Unfortunately, that site has to abide by the European laws, so the site no longer allows downloading all those movies we used to download there years before. Unfortunate. Yeah, you can find it on one of the free websites. I watched it from there. By the time Shrek 5 comes out, it will have been 15 years since the release of the most recent mainline Shrek movie, Shrek Forever, in 2010. However, DreamWorks has released a couple of Puss in Boots spin-offs in the meantime, including 2022's critical darling The Last Wish. The existence of Shrek 5 has been teased for some time, although today's release date announcement is our most concrete update on it. Previously, Murphy, who voiced Donkey in the next series, said in an interview with Collider that it will be released sometime next year and that Donkey-focused spin-off would come next. How to watch Shrek movies in order? Before that, Illumination CEO and DreamWorks animation creative advisor Chris Melendandre told Variety that DreamWorks was working in both of those projects with goal of bringing back the original cast. More vague rumors of Shrek 5 development date all the way back to 2016. Sorry, I yawned. It's already 11:30 here. And I assume it's around like 1 a.m. in Iraq. Maybe closer to the 2 a.m. As Hollywood continues doing more and more on establishment IP, it's little surprise that Universal and DreamWorks would want to revisit everyone's favorite fairy tale ogre. According to a previous press release from Universal, the Shrek franchise is the second highest grossing animated franchise of all time. The studio made a bid to capitalize on the nostalgia for it with a Shrek 2 re-release for its 20th anniversary in April. For more on Shrek, check out our guide on how to watch every movie in franchise Puss in Boots spin-offs included in chronological order. So, I don't have any expectation for this, what the IGN article says. He's hoping it is far more like Shrek 1 or Shrek 2 than the last two movies. As I said, it's been a long while since a Shrek movie has been released, so I don't have much expectation for it. Hopefully it's a good movie, but I'm not gonna go in with expectations. So this is it. This is everything I had for today. I hope you did not get time out it, luckily. So how long have we been streaming? For 4.5 hours. So yeah, I don't think Shaq 5 will be good. Yeah, I don't think either. I don't have expectations for it. I hope I'm surprised, however, I don't think it's going to be much good. Yep, I was about to end the stream anyways. So yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed your evening and I wish you a good days. I'm not streaming regularly, so I think it was a miracle that you found me actually. So I hope I was a good partner for the evening and hey, have a good night. And I wish you best. And as for this stream, I hope you enjoyed. If any of you is going to watch the VOD, I'm gonna now pull out the stream end screen. I still do not know if this screen works or if it's just going to reload the stream has ended. But hey, it is what it is. I forgot to turn on the music, but whatever. So yeah. So, hope you enjoyed and see you soon. I'm gonna keep the stream running for 15 more seconds, then I'm gonna close it because Twitch cuts the end of the stream sometimes.